Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Whatever it may be, wherever you may be, it is I, Captain Madlove, coming at you with yet another chapter from my messy, messy desk. Look at it, just completely obliterated. I had no time. Hello, Trader. Hello, Pascal. Hello, Ishan. I am sorry that I am late on top of my usual countdown time by a respectable 6 minutes, and I apologize. You ever had one of those days when you know you knew where something was and then it's just not there? Yeah, that's what we had here. I'm sorry to keep y'all waiting for so long. Hello, Scarlett. Welcome, welcome on an earlier day. I have some green glow planned for today, but first, the very first thing I was going to do is the weld line on our little robo-orc friend. Well, hello, Salt and Sassy. I don't think I've seen you in forever. Hello, Noob. How you doing? Oh, I this picture I wanted to send you in Discord, Noob, and I didn't have time to before I sat down. How is everybody? You just got back from work. Well, that's got to be a good feeling. I know the end of the day is always the best part. You know, when that day is over. Sorry, I got my hair is not. Yeah, I think it's the spring. Work got in the way. Work got in the way. You've been grinding, huh? Well, you know, I can totally understand. It's funny because in the eye. A lot of people that were here when I started streaming, you know, a couple years ago, are actually coming back around. It's nice to see them. That is true, though, because there's always that last minute crap that happens, right? As you're trying to get out the door. Yeah, I know that one too. Well, my super glue dried up, but that's okay. We got these little guys here. Oh, and one musician. One magician. You know those musicians. So how about you, Trader? What are you up to? Oh, you think you're going to come back to streaming? Or am I talking about the same thing? We're talking about two different things? No, I hope I'm talking about the right thing. I hope I'm on track there. Hope I'm on track there. So, did you guys know that are out there? Did you know that Mini Painter Luke is back streaming again, you guys? He came back to the scene. It's very exciting. I don't think, you know what? I really, hold on. I should actually have his information handy so I can shout it out to people so I can let them know that he's back out there, because he's one of our original crew members, like from the very, very beginning. Let's see, Studio J, Green Eyes Creations, Dave, Slaymore, Mini Painter Luke, Gray Paladin, Diomedes. Yeah, there's quite a few of them, but Mini Painter Luke, we didn't expect him to come back. Like, he took off on a grand adventure. He was on a quest. He was on a quest, and he won his quest. Okay. And now he's back again. Oh, right. Okay. I see what you're saying. In other words, just, you know, kind of a thing that you're going to do when you feel like it, sort of a deal. You can't bad paint. You can't name your whole family. I probably can't name like the whole family. Oh, your own family. Your own family. Okay. Well, I will tell you, I forgot my energy drink. Gosh darn it. I will tell you that I can probably name about a dozen people that are like still here today that were the foundation of the original launch of, like, within the first couple of months of streaming. They dropped in, they knew it was their home, and then that's where they parked. I do. It helps so that My medication doesn't make me as sleepy. Which, by the way, I wanted to let everybody know. I had some folks reach out to me, and first of all, I want to thank you guys that did reach out to me for knowing me well enough to actually know that something wasn't right. So just to let you guys know, at the end of every month, right about the 26th or so, for about 5 days, is probably my toughest spot. And just to let you guys know, it's nothing critical. I'm not, jumping overboard or anything like that. But I do get tired. I do. It is, I guess, when my body just decides it's going to start doing a whole lot of extra. I'm not sure what it is. Generally speaking, I think it is because I get most of my energy is in the middle of the month. For about 2 weeks, I get all this energy and I'm just like, wow. And I do a lot. When that happens, I try to get a lot done. So I think what it is that I do so much during that 2 weeks that end of the month part, I'm just kind of worn out. But I've always had that. I've always had it. So it is what it is. I want you guys to know that for those of you who reached out, that was very kind of you. But I really am, I am quite well. I've just been a little bit tired lately. We're trying to get some extra things done around here. And sometimes, and I know you guys that do this, anybody that works in a customer service or where you're working on the computer and you're dealing with people, some days, not like you guys. I'm talking about where you're trying to get stuff worked out customer service wise. You guys, if you do 3 or 4 of those phone calls in a day, as in like you're trying to get some help, that shit can wear you the fuck out. Oh, yes. Okay. Well, I do. It's the beginning of a good day. Oh, thank you. Look what Geek brought me. And he's going to drink my other one. Good thing I chose the one that he doesn't like, huh? You would have just said, fuck it, I'm drinking the one I don't like. Do you happen to know where any allergy medication without the extra additive in it is by chance? No. If you could find some, there's something blooming, you guys, and it is getting me. Geek, suck it out. Oh, he would have just drank the one he didn't like. He don't give a shit because he doesn't want to run for energy drinks. I think energy drinks kind of level me out more so than they hype me up. Coffee's the one that really gives me energy. Oh, that's just deliciously. Oh, I needed that. Good thing I drank a nice big jug of water today. So, how many other buddies? Important message. The ship ballad. So we are having a professional write a song about the ship. Hi, you're back home, Pat. Hi. You know what? That doesn't work for me, Salt and Sassy. Right about 3 p.m. is when I need it. And if I don't get it, I fall asleep somewhere between 4 and 6, and then I don't sleep all night. Oh, yay. Thank you. So I just got the first rendition of it and all of the lyrics. You guys, oh my God, it is amazing. I was hoping to be able to show it to you today, but I can't. Did you just get home from work, Pat? Yes, and Pat is working on a very special surprise for me as well. That's very exciting too, you guys. We have so much exciting. Oh, no, it doesn't quite go like that, Pat. Not quite. It's a lot more romantic than that, I'm afraid. Oh, you went out of town. Well, I fear that I did not know that. And even if I did, I probably would have forgot. You know me. Oh, yes. Well, no, I limit my energy drinks. I am required to limit my energy drinks. Bad pain. I am. It's not like it used to be. I used to drink a couple of them a day just to keep running. but it's because I had I don't know the technical word for it, but basically the system that runs your adrenal system. I think it's adrenal system. I think the word's adrenal. That word sounds really weird, but an adrenal freak out, crash, weird. I think that's it. You went out of town after you showed me your project. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, so you weren't just ignoring me. You were out of town. Yes, see, when I said something, I thought you were just ignoring me. Did we just get raided? What just happened? What just happened? Hold on. The alerts aren't working, so I don't know what's going on out there. Hang on just a second. Well, what happened? Pascal Ruse. Oh, wait. Is that right? Pascal? Are you hosting me? Is that what happened? Thank you. No, that was 2 days ago. No, it was 2 days ago. Hold on. No. Oh. Oh, no, Pat. Don't tell me that. That means I sent it to someone else. Gosh, I hope they didn't think I was being terribly rude. Oh. It was a follow. Oh, it's weird because it's not showing up on the, let me refresh the meter down here. Mini Painter Luke is following me. That's stalker. That's stalker. You, dude, Mini Painter Luke, stop stalking me. Everywhere I go, that guy shows up. You know, with a little, some kind of a Luke thing with little strings on it, singing little songs about me. Ah, he's strange. I don't know about that guy. I don't know. Oh, Mini Painter Mark. I thought we were talking about Luke. Okay. Hi, Mark. Oh, I'm on a roll. I'm on a roll. How you doing, Mark? I was talking about Mini Painter Luke. He plays the guitar. He's my stalker. He's the ship scribe, the one that writes all the stories about the captain. Don't know what I'm going to do with you, Pat. Don't know what I'm going to do with you. I did not send you. No, I did not send you dick pics. That's what it was. That. How did you know that? Bad paint. Yeah, it just literally walked the plank, and it took them years to figure it out. So anyway, we got to figure it out now. We are doing very well. How many other folks are painting Warhammer? I know Pat's not, for sure. What about you, Mark? Are you painting Warhammer today? That's going to be my first question. My second one is, did everybody get a chance to go check out Pop Goes the Monkey? Not at the moment, Pascal. Yeah, okay, Pascal, I know that you do sometimes, though, but that you're not. So, Pascal, did you see I tried to find you in Discord. I wonder if you will do me a sweet favor while you are out there. Could you kindly send me a friend request in Discord? It's very hard to find somebody. Discord is weird. It doesn't like to cooperate. So if I have you in my friends list, I wanted to show you the picture. Thank you. You guys were a real big help. Did I see Zelius float by? On an order? You did. You decide on an order and some armies first. Well, Ishan, be sure to go check out Pop Goes the Monkey in case you want to do some of that crazy stuff with yours and go like all original. Hello, Nebula. I did see my Zelius float by. Ooh, Raven Guard on deck. Excellent. Did you get a chance to check out the Pop Goes the Monkey, the shoulder things? You guys, the shoulder things with all the different epic designs on them. There's one with a dragon and one with a cup, and the dragon, though. Really, the dragon is my favorite. Rises from the dark depths, climbs to the main mast, takes up a post, of course, in the nest. Oh, in the nest of rats. It's not even the crow's nest anymore. And starts throwing barrels of paint and glitter. For I am the great horny one. Everyone's going to love you. Their balls are all going to be itchy and they're going to be covered in weird colors. Walked in the... Oh, Pat, I'm so honored. You walked in the door 30 minutes ago and came to see me. Oh, my God. Look out. The rat's got paintballs. Oh, with Ishan, with the Pop Goes the Monkey site, he doesn't have a lot of time, Ishan. His work's been keeping him very, very busy. And then when he's not doing that work, he's trying to work on what we're getting set up for you guys. Thank you, Pascal. What we have set up that we're setting up over here for you guys. So his time is really limited. They're that guy. So I don't think that there is even a mod in here. Let me see if I am able to do something about this. No. This clicky. Hold on, you guys. Wait. Add to block list. Okay. I did it. Amy, the band hammer. You will do awful. I don't know, Bad Paint. Are you gonna do good? Do you know how to do shout outs and stuff like that? Oh. Okay. Yeah, right, I remember. Yes, those projects we try to really make time for. It didn't delete him. Okay, but it did block him from the chat stream. It said it did anyway. We'll see. Okay, so one thing we have to do is I'm gonna take a 10-minute little piece here as we open up so it can dry while we're here to do the... I didn't get to the weld line, so I sat down twice to try to record it because I promised you guys I wouldn't do it without you. And OBS was a bitch. It would not let me click any buttons. It was like, no, Captain, you may not click a button. Dextrose, pretty good. How are you? Thank you. These are my googly eyes. You like those? These are Jimmy Choo's. Thank you for the compliment. I got them for Christmas. They were actually the most wonderful eye doctor who formulated these for painting. And then he formulated them in a way that medical would help pay our eye plan would pay at 50% of the glasses. So I chose Jimmy Choo's. Oh no, Rat, stop throwing glitter balls. Oh, wait. You get to fire hot paint glitter ball. Oh my God. This guy, I'm telling you, he is chaos itself. Oh, I want his link gone too. Okay, Pat, I don't know how to do this sort of a thing. Hold on, where did it go? I see Pretzel. I don't see him anymore. Is Geek out there? Geek, are you listening to me? If you can hear me, can you get rid of that guy that's trying to make us famous? There. Noob just put it in the chat. Thank you, Noob. I don't know if I click on it in this restream chat. It's not yeah, it's not very, it's not click friendly. You banned him. Okay, thank you. There we go. Okay, let's see. RoboSquid. Yes, so I had told you guys, right? Remember I loaded the glue, the paste into here, and then we were going to go around this line that he's got where the two colors come together, where he has put this on his head, and I was going to make a little weld line. Now everybody wanted to see that, but then it's hard to do when you're live. So I was going to do it and then put it on YouTube for you guys, but then the record button wouldn't work for the OBS. So I'm going to do it today. In just a moment, we're going to have like 10 minutes of nice silence, and Pat's going to be good so that you guys can see it done. And I have a secondary, should have the plunger here. Let's put this on. Although my hair is like really whacked the last few days. Yeah. The Thunder Hammer. Yeah, right. Well, Wavy's not here, so I took out a lot of new minis. I'll show. There we go. I'll show you guys some really cool miniatures too. So I'm getting ready to commission somebody in our community to paint on the subject, Ishan, of teaching your kids to play. Geek and I are sending a very special game to the grandson who is only 4 and has taken an interest in board games because his dad's a regular gamer, like D&D, board games, video games, all of them. And so we are sending him a box set of the games Invaded, and I am going to commission someone in our community to paint them. Loads the magazines on the nest-mounted chain guns. Prepare for hot paint. Oh, magazines. I'm like, what do magazines have to do with it? Da 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 wee. Oh yes, I thought you guys would be very entertained by it. So you will be able to tune into his channel if he accepts the job. You'll be able to tune into his channel and watch him painting our grandson and son's. I will be the grandson's birthday present. And you guys will be able to tune in there and see Captain Mad Love's miniatures come to life. Good afternoon, Turbo. Yes, and it is awesome. We are going. So his favorite superhero is Spider-Man, right? And then we had to do complimentary. I'm sure Pascal, you would agree with this. You know, it's a board game, and he's very, very young. So I want to make sure that he can definitely see the difference between his pieces and his dad's pieces, right? So yes, we're going to do his pieces. His little army is 3 people. It's a very, it's a really cool game. It's a really cool game. It uses, so the backstory is these insects came to Earth, but they're a higher level of intelligence. So these intelligent insects, they came to Earth. And when they came to Earth, they landed on a board game. And they thought that that was the size that we were. And so everybody generated these special little generation things that they do to themselves, and they generated into, yeah, kind of like that, into, they're more like beetles though. Let me show you one. Here, I'll show you one of the big ones. This one's not actually in production right now, just to let you know. This is the next level that's coming out. So this one's not in production. But he told me I could show it. It's just there's nowhere for you to get it. So this guy has got 4 arms, and he's real big. He's a big guy. I think he's a mercenary. And he throws grubs at you. He has pet grubs. I see his grubs. Now, this one's a lot larger than some of them. Let me see if I can find another one. And so we're going to do Spider-Man theme. Yeah, I think they're very simple. You know what I mean, Pascal? Like not too complicated to paint. Oh, here's a guy you guys will love. This guy's not in production yet either. You guys are going to love this one, though. Okay, I'll show you this one. So these are not the ones we're sending him. The point is that one side is going to be Spider-Man colors, so red and blue, right, with some spider webs and stuff on there. Like they got these like beetle armors, right? So they're gonna have like some spider webs on that. And then the other side, we decided that we were gonna do black and yellow because that's like X-Men, but also it's a very complementary color, so he will always know which ones are his dad's. Plus, there is I have another set, which is the expansion. I bought the expansion when I first saw this. And the expansion is going to be purple and green like the Hulk. And so they are, the new ones are probably actually going to be 3D printed. These are injection molds, so you got to clean the lines and a little bit of stuff on it. But they're kind of spaced big. Hello there. We were just talking about you, my stalker. I was telling everybody about how you follow me everywhere I go with your little lute, and you're always making up these songs and stories and things, and I can't get rid of you. I'm just kidding. So yeah, but see how simple these are going to take good colors. So this part that's like the accordion, we can paint black. Little silver dry brushing will make it stand out a little bit shiny. And then the pieces that are the armor are rather large. No, but noob, he is really, no, he thinks Batman, well, he'll tell you Batman's cool because I love Batman. Me, Batman's like, so he'll always say, Palma likes Batman because Batman's a boss. Actually, that would be Calypso that says that. But yeah, he likes, he does, he likes, and he likes Mario Brothers and different stuff like that. But Spider-Man is like the end-all be-all best ever. And I think he likes Hulk because he was playing a card game recently. I got sent some videos and he wanted to be Hulk. Brave Sir Robin. Oh, it's yeah, I think it's going to be really cool though. We're getting him in, his dad's getting him into gaming at a nice young age, and I think that the pieces, in fact, honestly, Ishan, it's a skirmish game, and that's what I want to tell you guys. So these bugs came down, these insects, and they landed on a game table. So these guys, let me see about there's one that's like just the most cutest proportions. See, is this the one? This one's really cute proportions. And they landed on the game table, so they thought that that's how big everybody needed to be, right? So they all got these chips to downsize themselves to this size. Now, here's the funny part. You don't need any terrain. So then they find out later, holy shit. So what they're doing is they're fighting with each other over the world, not really acknowledging the big picture. They're busy fighting with each other. And what you use for their terrain is the things around you in your world. That's the rules, like color, crayons, boxes, toilet paper, rolls, paint bottles. That's what they use for their terrain. And they build terrain out of the existing supplies around our house. And that's what's so cool about it, is that he gets to play the character, and then the terrain becomes just the stuff that he can gather. And he does Legos. He's very fond of Legos. So he's going to be able to make some super cool Lego bunkers. So I was really excited about that. I think for his age, it's going to be really cool. Oh, let's see. DC has Blue Beetle, which is literally the thing is, noob, we can't use blue because his pieces have to be Spider-Man. His father's favorite color is blue, and that's what he said, is that he wanted blue, but then I want the pieces to be very different from each other. Yeah, so it can't be blue. Well, hello, George. How are you? This is true. Where can you find a toilet roll in this day and age? Right, Zelius? Everyone stole them all. Yeah, so we're going to go with the X-Men and Hulk and Spider-Man for this round. That way we have these three. Now, I'm not adding the third troop yet. We're just going to let his dad teach him with the first two. Make it a little bit simpler, not too overwhelming. But I'm really excited about the project, and I hope that who I'm reaching out to will take the project. Look, this guy's got little wings on his back. But, hey, Wavy. Hey. But don't you think it's a cool idea, like for somebody that's just really young? And that's what I was going to say, Ishan. This game is not heavily marketed, but if you are interested in purchasing one for you and your little one, I can hook you up. I mean, you'll have to pay for it. You'll get a good deal. And then you guys can paint them together. They're a little bit easier to paint than some of the Warhammer. Definitely less expensive. And the rules are fairly simple, but it does teach the skirmish game concept on a much smaller scale. Like bringing it way, way down to kindergarten level. And it might be a way for that 4-year-old to, to get included. Because those are war guys. They got, oh my gosh, the one guy, there's some big guns. Who's got the, well, there's one guy that throws grubs, but one of these guys has a massive, like the gun is like, shoots, the character's only like 3 inches tall, and I think the gun is even longer. We're going to do a little Warhammer today. We were talking about Zinvaded, Wavy. You remember Zinvaded? That was the very first sponsor ever for the channel. And that's yes, and there's 3 factions. So you have a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old Ishan. So I've reached out to somebody to commission them in hopes that they will pick up this commission to paint it for our grandson's birthday. He's finally 4, and he's taken an interest in board games. I'm very excited about it. Anybody else out there lurking or in chat that has suggestions about getting your little ones started, please pop in the channel. If you've started your younger ones playing, I am very much about... So the 4-year-old and... the youngest 2, not 2-year-old. Yes, so you could teach them to play, but there's 3 factions, Ishan. So you could get all 3 factions. Hold on. There's another faction. Here it is. So that this is doesn't come in the box set. Whoop! So you can get the Terra expansion set. So now you have 6 guys come in the box set that are opposing, and then this one comes with oh, no minis though. I heard about that game. How did that work out for you? Now you're actually, I think maybe your 5-year-old might really like this. Check this out. Check this one out. This is the expansion set. This is one of the Terras. And so there's 3 people on this side as well. And I can hook you up with the owner of the company. He had some health issues and had to kind of step back for a minute. Butterfly. Space Butterfly. Nope. Let me see if I can take the shadows off. There you go. She's a little more detailed, but you could do the painting, Ishan, or you could have them help. But this one comes with 3 characters also. And you could have 3 factions, so that if the 11-year-old wanted to play with the other 2, or you did, you guys would have a faction to play. This is one of my favorite characters. He comes in the Terra pack. Hi, Acid. How you doing? This guy, I love this guy. I can't wait. Woo! I can't wait to paint this guy. Wait till you see him. Now, he comes in the expansion pack. The whole reason I bought the expansion pack was for this guy. Well, the butterfly gal is pretty cool. Well, there you go. There you go. And it might be a little simpler because their terrain is just all the stuff around the house. Check out the size. First of all, it's really nice and big. So lots of room for painting. But look at his weapon. He's got this great big hammer. Wavy likes him already. And let me see his head. And his head, so they're just really creative. Check out his head. He is the greatest head. He's like he's kind of like a beetle. Kind of like a cyber beetle. I'm sorry, Acid. Is it one of those days? I had kind of a down day on Sunday. I was a wee bit tired. Yes, and Pascal, actually, I kind of wanted to talk to you about that. I'm so glad you brought it up. I thought the same darn thing. Now, I'm not going to commission them to be painted like that because we're going to turn them over to a 4-year-old. So I don't need to find, a super above tabletop, simple, bright colors, no need for anything crazy, right? But I have my own set, and that's what I wanted to do with my own set, and I wanted to stream that. And I will talk to you in private about the challenges there involved if you'd like to discuss it. But, so Ishan, Yeah, I did. I actually thought about a few people over there. One of my I wanted actually Pascal to paint them all. I was thinking like museum quality bugs. No, I'm just shitting you guys. No, we're going to send him to Sam Mini. Lifelike bugs. I'm just kidding. But I actually thought about a few people that were across the pond. Mini Painter Luke being my very first, like but the postage and the dependability, I was really worried that what would happen is I would mail them over there, right? And then when they were all done and they got mailed back, fucking postal would lose them. And then I would just blow up. And they don't, I gotta tell you guys, they don't understand the amount of work that we put into this shit, and they won't pay for the work. I had that happen with an insurance company when a piece of work that a lady did who is no longer in business, they would not pay for the damages on it because they could not equate what the damages were. I'm sorry about that, Acid. I know those days, although I don't necessarily go to video games, the same thing does happen to Geek. Exactly. Luke, you were my I thought about you because you were coming back on the scene, and I thought, man, this would be and then I thought, man, you know what? It wouldn't be worth it. Because it wouldn't be when they were going to you that the fuckers lost them. It would be when you mailed them out from over there and then they were over here. I mean, they'd send them to Texas or some shit and then say, I'm sorry, we don't know. But at least if we're within the United States and they lose them, it's a United States-based company, so I can actually insure it, and then they will pay for the painting and for the miniatures. Whereas if I send them all the way to the UK, they won't cover it. Oh, yeah, that's right. And the box set that's right. That's right, Pascal, because that box set, if it's anything that's over $50, and if you put all three of them together, yeah, that's about $100 worth of game. And Ishin, do you stream? Let's talk in private if you want to do that for your kiddos. Let's have a little chit chat on Discord or something about it. If you want to do that for the young ones and see what we can arrange, okay? Because I think that more people need to know about this company so that more people know it's out there and can get their hands on easier to paint miniatures and something that kids. So with kids being able to build all the terrain out of everything, and it's got the story, like it comes with a little book that tells you all about how they got down here and why they are the size they are. And so the kids can really get creative with it. And I think more people need to be aware of it. So when I first came on the scene, that was my first sponsor. And right after I started streaming and things started, building a little bit, what ended up happening was he had some health issues that came up. And then right after he hit a good spot, then we had to move the studio. And then after we moved the studio and got set back, he ended up going back to work, and it just, and COVID. There's always COVID. That's always. Well, Acid, I'm glad you came in here. Acid, I have something that will cheer you up. Have you been to your Discord chat? Well, we can do a photograph project of some type, Ishin. We'll talk about it. Because, so Wavy, your cat's decided your arms are its napping spot. Okay, well, I have something that will cheer you up. I think you will find it very interesting. It's our first round. It's just our first round. So if you go into your chat, you will see a little secret I sent you. We never want to hear about it again, I'll tell you that. So, that having been said, hopefully that will cheer up our Acid. Now, how many of you guys were here for the paste in the syringe? Was everybody? So there's like, you know, maybe 20 people out there watching. I want to make sure. So I've loaded paste into this syringe. You were here. Yes. Okay. That's this is what we're using. Okay. I like the consistency of this. Now, if you want to tint it, I recommend a little bit of ink, which is going to make it thinner, but then powdered pigment to thicken it back up if you want to make it a color. Okay? Okay? If you make it too thin, then it ends up being a problem. So this consistency is really good. This product is amazing. So I've been talking to these guys directly. Hopefully, if everything goes well, we will be sponsored by this company. This is one of the companies that I've been looking at for a minute. But it took, having done this, there was too many people in the industry, in our line of work, that come into the business and drop out of the business, so they weren't interested. So it was kind of like, well, contact us in the future. I officially have 2 years. We have not had our celebration. I officially have 2 years, you guys, under my belt. 2 years, okay, since we opened up and set sail. And so I think that that's enough time showing good numbers and good progress that they might crunch my numbers and take a look at me. Well, hello, Bitman, and thank you for joining us from YouTube. Reaction. Did I get it? How you doing? How you doing? Okay, so we took that paste and we loaded it. Mind you now, the paste is just the right consistency. When you mix, thank you, Scarlett. When you mix it, so say you're mixing that powdered color and then you're mixing some ink. You want to get just the consistency that you're able to suck that right up through the front of your syringe, okay? It's almost too thick. When you pull back on this, it's going to take some time for it to fill in there. So you kind of want it a little bit thick, okay? Hi, Paul. Oh my gosh, I've been thinking about you lately because I've been doing so much Warhammer. Oh, did you? Okay, excellent. Yeah, so yeah, that thing kind of was weird, Wavy. I apologize. That has to do with specifics on where you buy the gift certificate. No biggie, it won't go to waste. Eventually we'll give one away here in the United States too, but good, awesome. Good, get something fancy and paint it. I want to see. Okay, excellent. So then you got your paste in here, but now hang on a second. Let's put a tack in that for just a moment. Wavy. On the weekend of the, so in, okay, March, April, in May, let me look at a calendar. I just want to, I am going to forget, I have forgot for 3 weeks to send you this. No, I don't want you to do that. Okay. I'm going to give you a date so you can just check on your end. Ooh, okay. I don't know what subject we are taking on yet, but we should agree on something so that I can order for a second party. Now, hold on just a second. So in May, right, in May, the 4th weekend, the 22nd and the 23rd, one of those two. Yes. Yeah, sometimes he's in mine and sometimes he's in his own, noob. You betcha. He has a Discord server. Does anybody know how to link that? Someone else's Discord server to share with someone? Are you in there, Wavy? Are you in his server where you could invite noob? That'd be awesome. You're going to love what they posted today. Oh, he's there. He's totally there. And you're going to love what they posted today. Oh my gosh. It's stupendous. Okay, put a tack in that. Noob, don't forget. That's your job. You hold on to it. Okay? You hold on to that. And then I can get you an invite. That's your responsibility to hold on to that memory. Okay? Wavy. We're going back to Wavy for just a second, you guys. On the weekend of the 22nd, in the month of May, fourth weekend, okay? Either the 22nd or the 23rd, I'd like to do a hosted through Discord or connected by way of co-stream. I think hosted by Discord is probably the prettiest visually. And I'd like to do another PG-13 collaborative. I have family coming in from out of town that has a lovely daughter about the same age as Pixie that would like very much to have a tutorial course, and her brother also might join us. It's far enough away to plan it and for you to take a look at what your schedule is like. I don't know which one of those 2 days is going to be the best for them, because if they're leaving on Monday, then we need to do it on Saturday instead of on Sunday. But one of those 2 days, I'd like to schedule our quarterly PG-13 stream, if you'd like, in there. And that's what I wanted to talk to you about, what we should get. Okay. You betcha, but it does sound good. Okay, great, you guys. So everybody should like mark their calendar for that time period. We're going to do a PG-13, and I will let you know in advance. We're going to go with a Reaper miniature this time, Wavy, because other people so many people have access to that. And I want to make sure everybody has access to the miniature for their kids in case they want to paint along. Like Ishan, for example. If your guys want to paint along, then I'm going to choose something from Reaper, hopefully that is a little more accommodating to the kids and their painting style. Yes, well, we are going to do actually split screen, where my students will be on the split screen, and then Wavy's daughter will also be on the split screen. She did this with us last year. We were going to do one quarterly. That was the plan, but it just didn't work out. And then actually, Hobbies from Happiness, her daughters joined us last time as the guests. This time we have family coming in from out of town. You bet, Wavy. You bet. I've got to go. And if you want to, hey, Wavy, if you want to go on the Reaper site and do a little shopping and find something that you think, we want to think about, we want to think not as advanced as Pixie might be. A little bit, because the brother's a little bit younger. So, you know, space for colors, not too much detail. A character, it can be bigger. It could be bigger, like one of the giants or something like that, so they have more space and it's easier. Not the little guys are really hard to paint. Exactly. And if you want to go on the site and take a look at the stuff and see what you think that your Pixie and our Pixie might think is really cool. And if the boy doesn't like what they are painting, I can get him something different. No biggie. No biggie. But we can come up, you can choose 3, Wavy. Choose 3, and then we can say, choose one of these 3. Yeah, that sounds great. That sounds great. Especially since you're working from your end, and your end stocks a little differently than our end. We probably have access to more, as in like more subjects. But yeah, I was thinking if they had something like a larger mermaid scale thing or something that, you know, folks might really want to paint a mermaid, you know. The unicorn was a little bit boring as far as like, you know, it's I have him on my desk. He's a little bit boring. But yeah, that sounds absolutely great. Absolutely great. And Ishan, once we figure out what they are, I will reach out to you and let you know so that you can prepare for that day with your kiddos. Set up little areas, make little paint pots, etc. All right, then. Now, and then Noob is responsible for remembering whatever that was that you're remembering. Oh, the Paint Monkey link. Let's see if we can do that. Hold on. I'm going to see if I can pop in here. L Paint Monkey-O. All right, here I am. Let me see. What does this say? Nope, that's a member list. I don't need that. Okay, and then pin, and then that. Let's see. New products. Let's see. General. Ooh. Create an invite. Okay, hang on. All right, and let's see. Let's get the spelling on that. Oh my God. And also it's what a noob. Okay. So it's also case sensitive. Do me a favor. Oh, it doesn't, I don't think, wait, does it let me? Does it let me? It does. Okay. Noob, put your name so I can copy paste in the chat. And I will get you an invite. No, type it. Type your name in the chat so I can copy paste for Discord. Yep, those are zeros. Oh, that sounds like Ishan. We have a young bloods. We have a channel just for the young ones. Okay, let me see if I can do this here. And really. Okay. Noob, can you send that to me privately in Discord? I am definitely going to invite a few people while I am here that I know. You know what? You might just actually pop up. Hold on. Wait. Oh, see if it finds you. Oh, I found you. Okay. See if that goes through. There you go. All right. Now you're going to see some cool stuff. You're going to be so happy. It's like a kid in a candy store. There you go. Okay. That's much simpler. All right. Now we've taken care of that. Excellent. So yes, Ishan, one of our channels is called Young Bloods. Feel free to post them in there. Dave's not here. Debbie, get your fucking lube on. Okay. All right. Back to this guy. Okay. Now, we are going to do our weld line. I did kind of want to have a... I know this is completely not what... This is one of the characters, Ishan, that I painted up. It's from that game that we were talking about earlier. This is a separate character. His head is missing. It got lost in the move. This is a separate character. He has to be purchased separately. His name is Zoucha. He can be invisible. Yes, he is inspired by the Predator. But he was one of the guys that I actually did get painted for them. And I look at this skin and I'm like, oh, look, I didn't know much about my values right there. A lot different than King Rat, huh? All right, I want to get a little, oh, I thought I had a little guy here. A little plate. Hang on, let me grab a little plate. All right. Okie doke. Okay. Now, one of the things that it is going to do is it's going to dry on the very end, so that's going to affect the performance. You got to hope okay, we want to make sure that we want to make sure that we don't have anything plugging it. And then what we're going to do, okay, is we're going to do this. So first of all, you should have a positioning on your needle. When the needle breaks, it's going to be flat on one side and round on the other. A sloppy weld line will look like that. That's the object. We're going to drag a little bit farther apart than that. We're also not going to get glue paste all over our guy. All right. I am now going to do this where it's going to be able to be cut out. Wavy, don't get sassy. We don't have the sounds on, so I don't have to worry too much about it. But hello, Riser. Did you get my messages? We were just showing off a lot of pieces from that new game from that sponsor. Well, it's not a new game. It's actually an old game and an old sponsor. We were showing off all the pieces and talking about the different ways to paint it and the colors and whatnot. I left some messages for you in the chat. It's nice to see you. More importantly, how's your dog? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay, you guys. This should not take me any more than about 5 minutes. This is the part that our videographer is going to cut out of today's video to be able to put on YouTube for other people who don't make it here to be able to watch. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this down. It's going to be in my way, as in my face way, because we are going to focus on this for a moment so that they can just pop it in there. I got to make sure that I can see what I'm doing and get perfectly focused in for you guys. I shot a whole video out of focus recently for YouTube, so we couldn't do anything with it. Okay, positioning. Okay, all right. How's that? All right, how's that focus, you guys? Okay, this is the part where you're going to cut it out. Right now, I am going to show you how to make an orc weld line with a syringe, some paste, and a blunt needle. Where the metal meets the color here on this little orc guy, it's a little robo squig. I decided I did not like the way that looked. And one of the things I do on my orcs when I add spare parts is I will put bulky weld lines. And we are about to make one of those for you right here. It's a lot like frosting a cake. So you're going to let a little bit of paste out. And when you do, you're going to drag it and then push it, and then drag it and then push it, and then drag it and then push it. All the way around. Oop. If you do that, where you get a little bit out of the line like that, grab a pickup brush. Keep one handy. Very important tool. Little bit of water. And you can just pick it up. There you go. So you can get back on track. Okay? All right. Come back in. Now the needle has a flat side and a round side usually when you break them off. So you kind of want to get the flat side down and the round side up, as in the flat side is touching your guy. And then again. It's going to be a big, fat, gnarly orc weld line when we're done. sure you guys are still in focus. And as you're dragging, you can just kind of stop. If you stop, it makes a ball. When you go in behind something, that's when the trouble starts. So I'm not sure if you guys are going to, whoa, we don't want to touch the front. We don't want to touch the front. Not sure if you guys are going to be able to see this. Hopefully you can. I'm going to reach in at an angle to the back here. Stop, pull, and stop and pull, and then the two together. Take your little pickup brush. Pick up the little bit of excess where the two meet. Same thing back here. Pick up the little nipple where they meet. All right. And then we got one around the leg to do. I do this after I'm done painting him because I don't find that it paints in as well as far as making it look the way I want it to look. This is a big, ugly orc weld. And all it does is add a wee bit of character. Now when I'm all done, when this is all dry, usually takes about 4 hours. I just let it sit overnight. I will paint that black generally, and then I will come in and I will do a little bit of silver on it, give it a little bit of discoloration, and there you have it. It kind of looks like frosting right now. It will not look like frosting once you've painted the weld line on there and given it its distress colors and everything, or maybe a little bit of rust, or however you want to do it. But it makes for a really cool little idea on bringing two pieces together like he welded this thing on his head. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is my big ugly orc weld. And cut and front and back sections, and we're good. It is paste riser. Hello, Trash Panda. How are you? Let's see. Yes, I am welding with paste. I am welding orcs with paste. Oh, you did? Okay. Okay. Oh, that's good. That's good to hear, Riser. That's good to hear. Mannix, the lemur, how are you doing? Okay. So I will go back over that for you guys. Also, we are subscribed to the YouTube channel, Mannix. We are working on numbers there. So do subscribe to the YouTube channel because I am starting a whole section on YouTube Shorts. And then, of course, tips and tricks for your studio. So that will be cut by our videographer and put on YouTube for everybody. And what we used is a syringe. This, there. This paste or something this same consistency. You can tint this if you want to with a little bit of ink, and then you also want to use powdered pigment to thicken it back up. You don't want it to be too thin, and then a blunt needle. Wavy said that you can get the needles for the syringes already blunt. I have a bunch that I got from my vet, and I just break the tips off of them. But you are going to need a size 18 needle. 16 is probably the smallest, unless you want to make the paste really thin, and then it is a challenge to work with when it's thinner. And then what I do is I keep a little cap for it. You can just keep your paste or your glue in here. It's basically a type of PVA. It's modeling paste, so it's a type of PVA. You could probably use PVA if you thickened it up, but you know, it just depends on which PVA you are using. And then what I do is I keep a separate one, which is what I clean this one with. So I clean it, and then it has to be It will require, I can tell you this, you need an ugly brush to keep your tips clean. Hold on. Because I keep these here. I don't like to have to clean something when I need to use it. So one of the things that happens is your paste gets in here. So one of the things that you do need is an ugly brush that you can put in there and clean the paste out. Okay? So you need to clean the paste out of the reservoir on the back, as well as, this is one of my favorite ugly brushes, and I'm working on bringing it back to life. I think I'm going to have to give it a soak in some commercial stuff. You want to clean the needle part and the reservoir. And so I just pull the water up in it. Clean out, make sure that the reservoir is cleaned out, okay, and that the needle is cleaned out. Then I take the needle, I put the cap on this one. Well, first I take the needle and I put it in the back, needle down, of the cleaning unit, and then I put that back together, and then I just keep it like that. So that way I always know where my needle is, and I put those two guys together in a little sidecar over there. But if you don't clean the needle out, the paste hardens in there and you will never get it out. Like, you could soak it all day and it won't. Looks like spackle. Yeah, it does a little bit, For real, Pascal, do you feel better now? Because I know, Pascal, that you are going to need that technique to weld on your minis all day long, because you are doing all those orcs. I'm doing quite well, Trash Panda. Hey, Earl Dunk. Hey. Hi, Scooter. How you guys doing? But when this is painted, you guys will see that when this is painted, this has a very orky feel to that repair. And it does look like a big, you just got to paint it like a silver color of some type and then go back over it with a little black wash. It'll soak, the little black will get right in the shadows and also in the little divots that we made. Like right now, it looks like he's wearing a whipped cream hat, but it won't look like that when you're done. And like when you're working on the automobiles and you're putting like excess pieces, in your kit bashing, it's great for kit. You can put those weld lines. Now, if you downsize your needle, just thin your paste a little bit. You don't want to get the paste too thin, or the water, when you touch the surface, the water leaches out. You can also do this. So if you were going to do it before you primed, I don't know, but after you prime, definitely. But you could do it before you primed if you wanted to. Just make sure you leave that sit like for a day before you come back to prime it. And as long as you don't put too much primer over your little lumps, it'll look like a nice fat weld. It's kind of cool. Oh, thank you very much, Earl. Would you mean we're about to work on those guys, these little guys here? So with the help of Pascal Ruse and Ado, I'm trying to learn how to let go when it comes to game pieces. Okay, so we have a game piece. I will grab one. And honestly, I'm going to have to say, Pascal, that truthfully speaking, I'm not entirely sure that we can see a massive, so we're talking time a lot. So after listening to what you guys had to say, I sat down here, right, you guys? And one of the challenges I'm having, you're going to use that to use lead work on stained glass windows. Oh, yeah, it works. Yeah, it works great for that. Because you can also get a bigger needle, Mini Painter Luke. You can get larger. There's a couple of needles that are larger. That's one of the larger ones. That needle is designed for putting water under the hide of an animal to hydrate them, is what it's used for. It's a size 18, I think 1A. 18-1A. But it does work really good. You can also get a plastic tip, like the ones that are made for super gluing small crevices, and they will fit on those syringes. If you go look at the different tips, they'll fit on the syringes. But just a steady hand a steady hand, and then following along and timing. So as you're putting it on, as you're dragging it out, so I want there to be a lot of little nublets in mine. You know, a lot of that little texture, so that, it, you know, because orky, they're overdoing it, and we all know that's not the way it's supposed to be done. It's supposed to be, the object is to get that going back and forth so it's perfectly smooth. And all you're going to see is these little tiny wrinkles. Well, in this case, he's a little tiny guy, and I want those bubbles to show up like they're just really welding the shit out of it, because they're an orc, you know? So on your stained glass, you can vary, and once you get the rhythm down, it'll be the same every time. So depending on the pull and when you pull, just stop. As you stop, the bubble is created. So you pull. It's kind of like if you've ever done, well, I've done it with caulking, but basically you just pull along and you keep pushing the syringe when you stop, and that creates a bubble. And if you want to make the divot, you kind of push into it and then pull away, and you're just letting out of the syringe. And you basically, the timing and the push on the syringe, you start to get it, and it looks really cool. Well, there you go. There you go. Yeah, I have a lot of really weird crafting things up my sleeve from odd stuff that I've done, which reminds me, I dug out the captain's jacket so you guys can see it. All right, now let's take a look here. We're going to take a look. I'm going to show, Ado is not here, okay, but here are the two guys. So here's where we started. All right, let me get focused in for you guys. Take these off for just a second. Okay, here's where we started. Now this is the basic primer, white back glow, green over white back glow, and then we'll just call it null oil, okay? The black wash, yeah, whatever you want to, brown wash, black wash, whichever works for you, okay? So there's 1, 2, 4 things on there, right? I think I have him sitting right over here. Earl Dunk. That's so cool. That's so cool. Earl Dunk, you've got to go look at the shoulder pads and weapons at the Pop Goes the Monkey. Send me an invite in Discord, a friend invite, so that I can invite you to the Discord, so you can. It's so cool. They're just so neat. They're different. They add this sense of artistic dynamic to the miniature. You'll dig it. You'll dig it. So this is where we started. Okay, so I primed these with a steel color, just to let you guys know. Okay. Then I did the white behind the green. Then I came in and I did the washing. Okay. So this is where we start. Now, I spent about 3 hours on this first one. Okay. Which is going to be, let me get them on the correct sides. Okay. The left one's the one I spent 3 hours on. Okay. The right one, I spent 1.5. And I'm getting used to this, so bear with me. I think I can do it much faster today. So the one on the right, I spent 1.5. The one on the left, I spent almost 3. 2 for sure. This one I'd say was more like about, well, there was some interruptions and some dog potty and some stuff like that. Okay, so we'll give him about 1 hour and 5 minutes. This one. Okay. And then we'll give this one respectably 2 hours. I painted 5 in a whole day, like this. Okay. Then I had a conversation with Ado and Pascal about what we're looking for in a game piece above tabletop. We want it to be. Now, do you not agree that this one that I actually spent less time on and focused on my center is better? I mean, I find that hard to believe. I would think the one I spent the most time on is better, but I think yes, only the warriors. The warriors, Earl Dunk, don't, you know, if I'm painting something like this, then I'll spend a lot of time on it. That's fine. You know, I can spend 6 or 10 hours on this guy and I don't feel bad about it. all right? Because it's a boss, and Geek likes them to be fancy. But when we got all these little warriors running around, we don't need all those little warriors to be painted to that level. They don't need to be painted to display level because they're going to be handled and dropped and played with. Sorry guys, fuzzies. And so I am learning to get it to look how I want it to look respectably and spend less time doing it. We had a conversation in here yesterday about knowing when to let go and what to focus on. Like what is it that I'm doing? And after talking to the guys about it, I took my techniques and I changed my perspective, and I sat down, and this is what I came up with yesterday. And I think it looks better than the one that I spent almost twice the amount of time on. So Pascal suggested darkening up some of the area. Like, maybe this gun really glows everywhere. Do you like this one better, noob, than this one? I think he pops more. So Pascal had said, like, maybe this gun is so glowy it makes green everywhere. But if it makes green everywhere, then it's all drowned. It's 80-20, kinda. This one. Yes, Wavy? I don't know if you're seeing the screen the same way. Yeah, this one is the right to you guys, right. So the glow, and it's funny because one of the things that we work on, I mean, Acid and I sit down and play with, is definitely, actually they both, that's what's weird, noob, is that this one has orange eyes. But I just changed a few things in the way that I did it and what I was looking for overall. But Acid and I, we sit and yeah. And that's what Pascal was saying, is that yes, it's very glowy, but I'm allowing the glow to just be everything that's going on. And what's weird is when Acid and I sit and we go over the whole, object source lighting, I don't have that problem. But for some reason, when I came back to my necrons, now this was the other one that I had before, that this was so before talking to the guys, this was the one that took me a short period of time. So this one, he doesn't have his gun rod on, okay? But this one took me the same amount of time as this one. So these took the same amount of time. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Hi, Squid Knacker. How you doing? Yep, right. And that's what I'm compulsive, Earl Duncan. It's not. It's more that it comes. I would not have thought it would have come out looking, But I mean, like, okay, if I'm gonna do something like this, and I'm gonna make this a little D&D display piece, then it's okay to spend all of that time doing that. But you only have so much space to work with on a Necron. I would never have thought the one I spent more time on was not going to look as good as the one I spent less time on. And I still did the ribs because I wanted the ribs, and I still wanted the glowy gun. And so Pascal and Ado were telling me, okay, choose just a couple of things and then focus on those and then work from that and see what happens. So I chose not a couple, but I chose them in a line, basically. Glowy gun, glowy coil, glowy ribs, glowy eyes, but they're all in a line and they're all in the same little oval of your focal point. Oh, excellent. Thank you, Squid Knacker. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I usually, when new alerts are put in the Discord in my coffee time in the morning, I'll go in and I'll check it out. So there. And then, mind you, we're not looking at the back of these. So I also did not get excited with the back. So on this one, mind you, I brought the back down even farther, as if the glow in the front is heavier. But I didn't add any extra dry brushing or anything to him. I just left it like that and let the light in the room do the work. on his metallic. And I feel like that worked out pretty darn good. And then what we were going to do is we were going to go over what was done here, which turned out to actually be a pretty good thing. So basically, you've got your necron, and, well, not this guy. This guy's already got his gun painted, so it'd be unfair to use that one. Let me see if I've got one other. Here we go. I have got another one with the rod already in. Yeah? Yeah. His arms, though, are not... Hold on. Right? Why are your arms not moving? How did your arms get glued, buddy? Your hand is broken, and your arms are glued. Well, we're going to leave your arms glued then. Hold on. He needs a little repair. A little repair. Yep. No, I have to learn. I have to learn where that fine line is to say it's okay, we can let this go. And so I was talking to Pascal and Ado, not yesterday, in our last stream, I should say, to kind of try to find out what the thoughts were on where that point is that we can say, okay, let's just be done with this. Oh, wrong guy. Here, dude. Yeah, and I have a real difficult time with that because I think I need to go in there. Every single one has to be a work of art. Every single one has to, and you know what? At this rate, Geek is never going to get to play with his necrons. Well, I really do kind of go on the big boys. They like, you know, this one here. Hold on, let me focus that for you. Yeah. I kind of get some glow action going on. There's going to be a little bit of edge highlighting. There's going to be a little bit of glow that'll transfer over from different areas. In this case, I totally messed him up. I did make a video on fixing it though for you guys, a little short. Well, yeah, so like this will have glow. This will have glow. This is green glow. This is magenta glow, and then this will have glow down here. So there'll be 3 points of glow, again, all in a line. So he's all glowing. This is a soft green glow. This is a soft green glow, and then he's glowing like the magenta in here is very vibrant. So he's glowing off of all the points of... You can see where the white is. That's actually where all the magenta will be. I think when I did him, I tried to do something weird with the plate on his chest, and it looked like crap too. But now the back, I didn't get too excited with the glow, right? I've just got that ball in the back that's glowing. And then I didn't get freaky with the glow out here. Just a little bit on those, a little bit of, so that it just looks kind of poppy, but not getting too crazy. Now, one of them that I did, we were discussing last, on Sunday, that I just completely overwhelmed the whole miniature because I got excited about the glow. And then I made every one, they have these little ball joint guys here, right? And I made every one of those was a glowing, and it killed it. It did not look better. It did not look cool. It looked overwhelming. And then he's got this little green one in the back here that I'm going to make the tiniest bit of green glow from that. And really, mostly only people that are paying a lot of attention will even really notice that guy at all. But it makes sense. It's like if you add too much light to something. Medic, right? Right? There's a stink bug in here. I hear you, you little fucker. Don't like him. Okay. All right, so here's our guy. Here's our guy we're looking towards. We're going to put out our colors, right? So on this guy here, we had a little bit of lemon yellow. Let me just lay him down here. We'll swap these out for just a second. There we go. You just entertain the people for a moment. Don't faint. Okay, we had a little bit of vermilion. I'm going to test the colors and see if they're still operational. A little bit of vermilion. It's a very little bit, so it's still kind of operational there. And we're going to need some more lemon. I'm doing some neon yellow by Reaper that was used. What? See? I knew you were going to do that. Well, at least you didn't faint. You just stood up. Yeah? Okay. Okay, really? That's the way it's going to be. Hold on. That's why you're the necron and I'm the human. Okay, so a little bit more of that. My yellow actually came with the weirdest idiosyncrasy. You've got a lot of Reaper paints, Acid. You ever had one come with a short dropper, and then whenever you shake it, it fills the lid with paint? Yeah, right? My drinking drunken necrons. For real. They probably are drinking. And then this lime, this really nice lime that I have actually is a Pro Krill color. Oh, yeah. Hey, Use Your Wood. It does that. It's got a very long arm, and sometimes it wobbles, especially because I'm mixing the paint. Yeah, see? I'm mixing the paint. I'll stop it in a second when I'm done mixing the paint. Little bit of that. That's the lime green that we used. Now for the dark green, I used an ink. So I used the, it's the green ink by, hold on now, that wasn't Dollar Rowney, that was, I just had it, Green Stuff World, right. But, there she is. Oh, yeah, I think it's just really weird, that one coming with the really short beaker, and then whenever you shake it, I've got I think I have some spare ones. Then shadows, we did really dark in the sides of the ribs, and that, of course, is our Dollar Rowney Payne's Gray, which is what added the cold to his chest. I decided to be complimentary about that. You're gonna puke. Don't puke, Use Your Wood. I know. When I stop mixing the paint, it'll stop doing that. All right. And then let's see. Yellow, and then of course plain white, because so in the ribs I mix a very, very tiny bit of the yellow with the white in order to create the little white yellow glow that he's got in his chest. So just some regular white. And then these areas on his gun, I took my homemade lead belcher recipe and I mixed that with some black paint. And that's my great big bottle of lead belcher. Everybody needs a giant bottle of lead belcher, you know. I mean, come on. Who doesn't want one? Luke wants one to put in his airbrush. You got to reach out to me, my brother, so I can give you my homemade recipe. And it is seriously matched up side by side under multiple forms of light. And I like it to be, because you know how lead belcher can get sticky in the pot? I like to be able to put it in my freaking airbrush and just, or paint it on in thin layers. Yep. It's so yeah. Made the delicious. From, these are Badger, the paint it's made from. Yep, it's it's made from Badger paints, so super inexpensive as well. All right, so we need a little bit of black, and the black that I was actually using on that was not the Reaper, because The black by Procryl is super matte. So if you mix a super matte color with your metallic, it's going to just cover your metallic and you're not going to get the results that you want from it. Let me see if it, oh, it's totally dried out. Okay. So I put a little bit of that lead belcher in the pot over here. I've got these little guys. We're having these actually made right now. There's some in design. There we go. A little bit of lead belcher in there. It gets a little crazy on the palette, so I like, there's some colors that do that, so I like to contain them. What did you get, Luke? A little bit of black. Oh, and I also have a little bit of the regular Reaper green out there on the palette. I didn't really need this too much. I didn't really need it too much. So it worked out pretty good. All right. And I did use also a wee bit, just to kind of spice it up a little bit, of the Dollar Rowney. This is the liquid acrylic ink, but it is a metallic. And I did use a little bit of that, just kind of like right on the front of the chest, nowhere else, just on his little chest plate. It's a color between the lime green and the green ink, but what I did is I painted the sides of the chest with this, because it's metallic, and it's a beautiful green, and then I went over it with the really dark ink to get the dark effect, and it just made that little bit of shine from the metallic come through, which was really pretty. Oh, I like a lot of the Vallejo paints, Luke. Let me know what you think of those. I don't have those in the studio. Let me know what you think of them. I really like extra matte colors. Good night, Wavy. What time is it? Oh yeah, it's kind of late your time. Good night, Wavy. Thank you so much for popping in. Take care, my friend. Okay, so now we're going to grab this guy over here. And he, you know, doesn't really lift his arms, so that is a little bit of a thing. Now, I have a liner I am using. Thank you, Wavy. And what I'm going to try to do is all the things I need to do before I come in with a little bit of black lining, which I did on it, a little bit of extra darkening of some areas. If you do Earl Dunk, barely at all. When I load paint into my airbrush, I always put a drop of airbrush thinner, and then I put everything in on top of that. I was taught that by Semeni. So ink is so liquidy that it doesn't really need it. I also use a low pressure and a small needle when applying my ink, because ink can just get crazy. It just gets crazy. But I just run a little bit of the thinner through to make sure that my needle is working the way it's supposed to be working. This one's been a bitch since I bought it. See how it glues itself down like that all the time? The rubber, that rubber in there. So I would say that you do not need to. And if you want it thinner, meaning visually thinner Earl Dunk, so say you've got a blue and it's just so blue it's killing you, use a mixing medium. Tint a mixing medium and it will, more transparent, that's the word I'm looking for. You speak English, right, Earl Dunk? Or do you speak German? Your white ink sprays like powder? I've never heard of that. Yeah, exactly. When I use inks, it's I'm very gentle with the amount of air. Lots of air. Well, usually when I'm doing an ink, I'm going into a really small space, Luke, and I find that when I use a lot of air and I'm going in a small space, it always ends up being a problem. Oh no, oh no, oh no, here he goes. Elias, you're so crazy. So it is Tuesday, and if you guys want to share anything in the chat, you're more than welcome to share in the chat. Oh, okay. Okay. So when I apply my ink, I'm usually applying it in small spaces. I have to agree, though, if I was painting something larger, like maybe a tank or something like that, I probably would use more air pressure with the ink. And then if you want to make it more transparent, so you don't want so much power from your ink, you don't want that much color, then in that case, oh, it's warm down here. Excuse me. In that case, use a mixing medium and use that to thin it. As in making it more, it doesn't make it thin like thinner liquidy. It makes it thinner like more transparent. How are you doing, Zelius? How are things in your studio? Oh, Scarlett, I missed something. I missed something. What's going on? Are you going to bed? Oh, hold on. Oh, what's going on here? Hold on. I think Scarlett's going to bed. Oh, well, you ate. Oh, lamb. You were eating lamb. You're going to get your mini princess to bed. Okay. Good night, Scarlett. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I missed that rolling on by while we were talking all this technical stuff. It happens a lot. It happens a lot. Now, I don't know why you would be spraying like powder, Earl Dunk, but you do have to adjust. You have to adjust your airbrush for ink. Ink is weird. What I can tell you is that if you add mixing medium to it, it'll solidify the situation. So it'll make it more like spraying acrylic paint if you use a mixing medium. And then a lot of times when you're learning to use inks, that's a safe place to go, because inks can be very overwhelming. If you're noticing that if you're using a low air pressure, God, burning up. If you're using a low air pressure and it's splattery, that's a problem. You want to atomize it on a heavier level, which is where Luke is saying, use a higher air pressure. It depends really on what you are painting. Well, hello. How are you doing, beautiful? How are you doing? So get a little practice piece out.
The Black Pearl.
Samurai, thank you so much for that follow. Hold on. Let me see if I can get that page up. Oh, what? Where did it even go? It just completely disappeared. Hold on, let me see if it's down here. Nope. Completely disappeared. Okay, well, that happened. Just the white. Okay, so just really quick, you guys, let's put a tack in that necron for a second so that we can address this ink problem. After all, it is Technical Tuesday. Man, I hope that brush comes back to life. Arrgh. Oh no, it's looking like I kind of ruined it. It really is a cheap brush. Look at this. Nasty old cheap brush, but this is one of my favorite ugly brushes. Oh, okay. I use my inks for some detail things and definitely in the shadows and stuff like that, like glazing a tinted coat. So your ink. Some funky demonette. Oh, hey. Getting your purple funky on. Hell yeah. You should make you know what? You should totally do their tails like lavender with a pink tip, Zelius. For real. Yeah. It'll actually add a lot of attention to the bum. Hi, Geeky Taniki. How you doing? How you doing? Thank you for popping in on YouTube. Let me see. Earl Dunk. Yeah. Earl Dunk. So first of all, what are you using the ink for? Like what are you doing with it? What's the ink's purpose? And here is an ink. We're going to look at an ink. Do you see that? I venture to say that that ink is probably the consistency of 2% milk. That's your ink should be coming out of the little dropper that's in there quite easily. It may be that your ink is dried out. Are you using anything else in the ink? Eat the ink for the chaos. I'm not going to eat the ink. Did you eat the ink? So ink has a really high coverage ratio. The white has a really high coverage. It should be, when you feel it, if you're, it should be smooth, like lotion, like really thin lotion, okay? There should be no grit in it when you feel it. So it may be that something happened to your ink. Also, if you add alcohol to your ink, I might just do it. If you add alcohol to your inks, they will zap dry. If you put alcohol and then you spray ink with alcohol, it like dries instantly when it hits things. It'll run though if you're not careful. So you were doing highlights and then you were going to tint with blue. Okay, so you're doing zenithal highlighting. Yeah, it's really, it's very, and you'll notice it's got good. Okay, so like zenithal highlighting then. So I don't know why it's coming out. I don't know why it's coming out like powder. That is unusual, especially since it's the only one doing it. It sounds to me like it's either dried out, so it's not holding together. Now no, don't, right? If yours is dried out, if yours is not performing the way mine just did, then it's drying out. You can add airbrush thinner to it to resolve that problem. You can. To acrylic ink. I won't, Geeky Taniki. I won't. So in that instance, the other thing too is that because yours is coming out powdery, you might consider. Okay, so if the flow improver has too much alcohol, it's going to cause too much. What happens is it comes out of the airbrush, okay? And it dries in the air. That's so like if you hold your airbrush really far back from something you're painting, did you ever notice how it gets kind of dusty looking? Because it's drying partially in the air as it's floating towards the miniature. So if there's alcohol in the ink, it's going to cause faster drying. And then if you're trying to do zenithal highlighting and it's drying partially in the air before it hits your mini, it's going to look, the word I use is pithy, but powder would be a good way of explaining it. And that may be what's going on, is there's too much drying happening between the nozzle of your airbrush and the miniature you're painting. So instead of using the flow improver in your ink, now so the ink itself coming out of the bottle is performing like this, like what we just did, right? Lights the paint barrels on fire and starts throwing them over the edge of the rat's nest. Oh my God. It's Kinky Kong time. Are you and the rat having it out there, my beautiful Phoenix? How are you doing, my dear? How's that crazy project you've been working on coming along? I haven't hardly had a chance to make it into everybody's socials lately. Okay, so try changing from the flow improver to something else in your ink. If you are doing zenithal highlighting, okay, I make my airbrush thinner from scratch. And the reason I do is so that I like to add when I make mine, it's distilled water, alcohol, and glycerin. And I like to add a little bit more glycerin to my recipe. Yes, I'm going to post that on the Patreon for everybody, and it will eventually land on the YouTube for you guys. But try, and I do mean a very small amount, Earl Dunk. If you take your flow improver and add a little, if you have it. Do you have any glycerin in your studio? It's all good. You stuck something in the stream. Love God. Thank you very much, Feathered Phoenix. We don't do one on Tuesday, but on Sunday I will be sure to show that off. Wait a minute, though. Is that right? Wait. We're on this coming Tuesday, you guys. Did you mark your calendars? It's Easter. We have our second annual dual stream with Dices. You got... What did you get here, Geeky Taniki? What happened? You got to go. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, thank you for coming in. Thank you for coming in. Yes, I appreciate it. I really do. Thank you for sitting with us for a while. Oh, okay. Well, that would be, you can totally share it in chat on Tuesdays, Feathered Phoenix, so you can show everybody what you're doing. So yeah, Earl Dunk, if you have any glycerin in your, if you do not, my friend, I'm going to recommend, so let's see, you're English meaning you're in the UK, Earl Dunk, or you're in the United States. You have lots of glycerin. You use it to make your vape juice. Food quality glycerin? Oh, you make your vape juice from scratch. You're insane. Okay, so food quality glycerin then, right? Let's see. Let's say we got a bottle. Let's get the little bottle. We got a little bottle this size. Most people have some of these spare hanging out. Random, oh no, they're at it. Look out. There they go. There they go. I'm telling you what. Wonder whatever happened to midnight. Okay, so, wait, so you're in the UK. Okay. Well, anyway, you've got the glycerin, and it is food quality. Perfect. Okay. Little bottle this size. Little bottle this size. Gotta have a spare one hanging out, right? Clean it. Dump some old paint out of it. I don't know. Okay. Get one of these. Fill it with your flow improver. Not all the way, like maybe up to the label. Label it, you know, with tape so you remember what it is. Get you one of... Hold on. I gotta find my... Here we go. Got one of these? Tell me you got one of these now. So you're going to put your flow improver in here, up to right about the label there. Right? Then you're going to take this guy. Okay. Then you're going to take this guy. And in this flow improver that you've got, you're going to start, weather has a lot to do with drying factor, okay? So start with 0.25. Okay, good. 0.25 glycerin in your flow. Put your flow improver, and you've got a bottle of Vallejo, so you can measure. You find a bottle the same size as this, and you can measure up to this label, right, with your flow improver. 0.25 pure glycerin. Boom. Okay? Put it in there. Shaky, shaky really good. Now mix you a little batch of your ink project. Don't do it on your miniatures. Choose something to test on and test it. If it's still a little bit powdery, bring it up to 0.5. So put another 2.5 in there. Keep this little guy, just to add a few drops to your ink with your flow improver. Okay? It'll help. Your ink will be a little bit, it will actually help with the flow of it. It'll be a little bit more translucent. Okay? So you might need 2 layers instead of 1, but it should improve the ink is very finicky. It should improve the distribution of your ink out of your airbrush. Okay? Now, something to remember, when you add glycerin, it's one of the single most dangerous things to have at your desk. So if you get it on your hands, if you get it on your desk, this little beaker, this little dropper, make sure it gets a really good cleaning before you bring it back to your desk, because if the glycerin touches your tools and your paints, or worse yet, a miniature, paint won't stick and it'll take it forever to dry. It is a retarder. So what you're doing is you're putting a little bit of that into your flow improver to counterbalance the amount of alcohol that's in your flow improver. Glycerin itself is a great flow improver, and it will. I use a little bit of glycerin in the little bit of water that you see sitting here that I'm always mixing my paints with. I use a little bit of my flow improver. I use the Badger brand, the paint retarder in this with the distilled water in order to slow it's a fraction. It slows them down a fraction. But adding it to your flow improver will definitely slow the inks down a little bit. And try, when you're doing your zenithal highlighting, try coming a little bit closer to the airbrush, okay? Well, depending, if it's the only ink doing it, it's got to have something to do with that alcohol. Maybe you're trying to get a little softer look. You don't want it to be overwhelming, you know, because white can be. So you use that flow improver to thin it out a little bit, and try also angling, tipping that miniature so you're getting that light on it. We're not using nitroglycerin. We're not using nitroglycerin, you guys. White is very finicky, noob. It really is. But when you're working with white ink, it can be like a catastrophe. It can be a total and absolute catastrophe. What are these two doing? That was a rum barrel. Duck. Braised rat with a hint of duck. Look out, Scooter's out there. Scooter's out there. You guys are insane. So try that and see if that does not improve things. All right? And I don't think it's, just try it. Go give it a try and then let me know how that works out for you. I doubt it's like some people that live in the desert, you know, like if they're in Nevada or Las Vegas, I will recommend them putting a significant amount of glycerin in a little bottle because the paint that comes out of their airbrush dries before it ever even hits the mini. It's a real bang. All right, back to this guy. I apologize, but Tuesday is about technical things, and one of the things that I like to help people do is I like to help people work out issues on Tuesdays. We also do that. That's very important that we do that. And you never know who might come across this VOD and be having a problem. I am actually known, Earl Dunk, I have the nickname Godmother of Minis. Godmother of Minis. It's actually a hashtag. It's out there with my work on it. So hopefully that will work. The object of using this little bottle, okay, Earl Dunk, the object of using this little bottle is that you can always measure. So once you get your measurement just right, you know, oh, if I fill up to the label with my my medium, then I know it takes 0.25 or 0.5 or 0.75 of the glycerin to get it just exactly the way that I want it. And then that little bottle becomes labeled white mixing medium or something like that, so that you know what it is and it just gets used for that one thing. And I have a few of those around myself. So, because every now and then there's going to be a thing that doesn't quite perform the way that all the other things in its family do. Actually, I noticed that white across the board is a bit of a bitch. Like, you can have like a paint set and all of them are working pretty close to the same, but white tends to be weird. And pretty much the off-white colors, you know, like this one, for example. You know, but it's just a tinted white. So all of the ones that are tinted more opaque towards the white. Luke, that's why I want to hear about those hyper opaque colors. Like, are they just colors with a whole lot more white added? Or when they go on, do they just cover better because they're more highly pigmented? I'm very curious about those. All right, now we've got our colors out. The little brush that I was working with, we were testing this one. I'm not too sure, you guys. I'm trying to wrap my mind around it here. I don't know that I am gonna have to get a small one from the testy brushes. Let's see what we've got here. 3 and 4. Let's see. This one came. That's the one with the scraggly hairs. Okay, and then let me make sure that this is the right size here. Nope, this is the other one. Okay. So that'd be 4. This is 3. So we're gonna test 3. Oh. All right, let's okay. Gotta write something down, you guys. Did I put the orange? Darn it. Swirly. Okay, let's see. 2, I'm using that one. All right, this one is... So I'm testing all the brushes now, and I got to keep a tally on every single thing with every single brush to find out what I like and I don't like. 1, 1, 1, 4, 0, 3, 6, 0, 3, 1, 6, 2, 1. All right. Oh, let's see how it performs. Chicken. Chicken. All right. Oh, chicken, like a chicken the chicken. All right. A chicken the chicken. I'm going to try washing. It is a brand new brush. I don't know if you guys know this or not. When you get a brand new brush, one of the first things you can consider doing. Oh, wait. I missed something that Luke said. Hold on. Only the tea barrel. The tea barrel. Wait, hold on. Coffee drinker. Okay, wait. What are we doing? What are we doing? Okay. As I understand it, it's a dense pigment, but my first test is NMM. Okay, so we will be blending and glazing. Okay, okay. On a vehicle after. Okay, excellent. Noob, you know, you got to make that decision for yourself. That's a lot of space to cover. If I throw a barrel of ducks at a duck, does it duck? Let's see. They don't have a white in the set as it happens, but then again, I use it. You use it for white every time. You mean in place of white, Luke? Oh, ink. Oh, you use white for ink every time. Okay, I got it. I think I got it. As the fire chicken, and it bloody stuck. Oh, yes, the fire chicken. Right. Okay, that's enough chaos. Okay, are you gone? Oh, you have fried chicken. Good night. Oh, wait. Okay. I thought you were having fried chicken. I apologize. All right. Good night, Zelius. Thank you for stopping in. I enjoy you as always when you, even though you're chaotic. So when you first get a brush, clean it before you use it. There is glue of sorts. Hairspray. It is put on the brush to keep the bristles together. A lot of brushes come with it on there. So you want to give your brush a good little cleaning before you use it so you're not mixing that into your paint. Let me see if that improved it at all. Okay. All right. Take a time. 5:20. All right. And we're going to do this in order. All right. So one of the very first things that I'm going to come in here and I'm going to do is I'm going to take care of all of my little white areas. Let me make sure I'm focused in. That is so not focused. There we go. You still out there? Use your wood. In the new studio, it will be mounted from the ceiling, so the swaying won't happen. See, when you go to buy brushes, yeah, well, yeah, you gotta check them. I mean, you know, we're developing a line of brushes, so the company that's making them, I want to make sure they're on the same page that I'm on. You know what I'm saying? All right. So, some of these areas, we go with the base color. So, like for example, this area here, we're gonna go with the lime green. And we're going to come in here and we're going to paint his, this whole guy, lime green. And then what we're going to do too is we're going to get some of the places that we know are going to have some of that lime green coverage. But mostly we're doing that so that when we come in with the dark green will cover adequately and it won't be covering over a gray color. You know, like here is a good example. I'm actually going to put a little dark green there, so there's gonna be that. One of the things that I also did was actually that one has a pretty good axe already on it. And looking at that guy, and compare it to that guy and try to get all the areas on my guy. Hold on. Where's my guy? Where'd my guy get? There he is. Okay. All the areas on my guy with the light green. Same as the light green that's on him. Using this as the base color before I come in with the lighter colors of green and such. Oh, and the darker greens even. There's some kind of nice base color that's sort of uniform between all the areas that I'm going to get. Say 520? Yeah. Okay. He's already got green on his chest, as you can see. Now, one thing I did do that took me a little bit longer was deciding to make the middle of the chest a black color. And as you can see, he's already kind of got green going on in the middle. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to cover it with the green that we're working with, because this lime green is a wee bit lighter, and yellow covers this lime green a whole lot better. So I'm kind of changing up the color of the green a little bit. This particular green that I'm using here has a wee bit more yellow in. Okay, let me make sure I got all the spots. Looks good. Hello, Omega. How are you doing? How are you doing, mate? Okay. I've got a synthetic brush that I use for the metallics. So I'm going to come in here with this bright green. Remember I talked about that bright green and metallic? I just kind of added a little bit of it to make a little bit more pop. One of the things about metallics is if you thin them, they tend to get everywhere. So if you're going to thin them, you got to be a little bit careful. And what I do is I work with them before I get crazy and start doing the little inlays on the chest. I went right over that second color of green. I came around here a little bit on this area with it. A little bit of interest there. Made sure to pull it out of the little recesses of the chest so I had space for the other colors. Put a little bit on his arms and a wee bit on the top of his leg. A little bit on that hand front. And I did a little bit here. Face. Head a little bit. Kind of spreading that little bit of more Christmassy green around. Okay. Now, take a very, very whoop, whoop, whoop. Sorry there. Thought I dropped that down my blouse. A very small amount of white on a teeny tiny little brush. And go in here and get these eyeballs white. Okay. The other thing I'm going to do while I've got this white out is I'm going to get his coil. I take a little blob of white on the brush and just kind of come in here and daub these coils. How you doing there, Omega? What is up? The captain here is learning about painting above tabletop. Oh, Dark Side Creations! Thank you. My goodness, what is that for? Thank you so much. That's very considerate of you. Thank you. My. And we have a tip donator in here. Donations, you guys. Anybody with a little hype in the channel, give a big thank you to Dark Side Creations. Getting in here to get these coils is a pain in your ass without painting everything else white. That's the object, though. Okay. You just chilling right on. This is a good place to chill. Come in here with a little bit of this lime green and get the inside of the hose that I kind of seem to miss. And as long as I'm doing that, get a nice second coat on it because, oh yeah. These hoses, I like them to look a little thicker and a little juicy. The way I get that hose is actually a whole routine. I like the hoses to be specific, very specific. Now, the tube here, when you're painting over these tubes, they don't really cover that well. So I'm going to recommend a second coat so that you can just get, you know, that perfectly nice and smooth effect happening. I'm going to stick the brush in between and slide it right along the bottom there so that it paints that bottom rung of the gun. Then I'm going to take the green. I'm going to water it down. What are you up to, Dark Side? And I'm going to do a little highlighting here. Excuse me. I should say I thinned it. And what I'm doing is pulling. So it's very, very thin. And I'm pulling it on the weapon towards the area of the glow. You'll notice it kind of builds up a little bit more at the back. Oh, you're painting. What are you painting? What are you painting, my friend? Okay. The other thing that we're going to do with that white, while I've got this little bit bigger brush, is we're going to hit the very edge of every one of these little guys. So we're going to hit the side, the top, side, top, side, side. Okay. With a tiny bit of white. On each one, make sure you get them all, and then look at the front and do the inside. just the front portion of it. And then grab a little bit of white and right there. And then this way and this way. And now the whole ring. Okay? Ooh, large-sided, two-sided. Ooh, two-sided chibis. Like a face on each side. Ooh, that would be so cool. Okay, so now notice we've got our coil white, right? We've got the glow started. Okay. Now, a few things that we will come back with black. Hello, Game Father. Hi. We will come back and we will get a lot of things with black to make it pop. But if you put your black in first, what's going to end up happening is your black is ultimately going to end up getting covered up by other colors. Now, one thing I am going to do is color the bottom of this so that I can see that in the front of this right here, so I can see that dynamic. Some areas I kind of have to get the dynamic in so I can get the visual. Oh, that sounds very cool, Dark Side. You should pop that into the chat. Today is the Pop It in the Chat day. All right, we're going to go back for these ribs, right? Okay, so the ribs, if you remember correctly, there's a specific thing going on, which starts with the yellow in the middle. So we're going to go for the lemon yellow, right? And then from the centerpiece here, on that one is black. I'm going to, I think, leave this one yellow and try painting the emblem black. And we're going to use the yellow as the center glow. Oh, what I forgot something about that. Okay, you have to take a little bit of that yellow and mix it with a little white, because that yellow is, that particular yellow is very translucent, the neon yellow. So I mix it with a little bit of white, and then I'm going to come in here and drag a highlight onto his collar bone, right? Each one of those spots there like that. Okay. There. See, so you can see that bright. Add a wee bit more water. We want that super lemony yellow white. All right, and then we're going to come in here and we're going to get the centerpiece on his, around the emblem. Okay. And then we're going to drag this out like that on these little ribs. Now, using the side of your brush will really help. If there's not too much water on the side of your brush, you can just drag the side of your brush like right over the ribs. Like that. While you're at it, pick up some of that yellow white. And on the inside of each of those little riblets, drop a nice little ball of that. And also paint the front of the little riblets. Like that. Yeah, it looks all whited out now. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, we're gonna do that because what I'm trying to do is save time. You can go back over something a lot of times and paint it a heck of a lot easier than you can stressing out trying to stay in all the lines. And I'm learning that. All right, then we're gonna go back in and we're gonna put the little droplets in the fronts of all the rib cages. Right, that's the glowing part there. You're gonna have to do that twice. That's just a thing. Okay. We're going to let that dry. While that is drying, we will come in here and I'm going to show you something so cool. Okay. First thing that we're going to do is we're going to come in here. So we've got this little bit of the front here. We want to get a little bit of glowing going on. So let's get some of that lemon yellow. Okay. There we go. And let's just paint back, all the way back on this part, okay, so that it looks painted yellow here, but then it gets a lot brighter at the end. I grab a little bit of lime green and paint it at the back portions, and if you do that quickly, you get a little bit of wet blending going on, and then you get a little bit of a gradient, which really looks good. Okay, you're also going to want to take a little bit of that yellow and come in here, and I just kind of go right in here and hit a little bit of that with yellow, leaving the edge really white like that. Here we go. Okay. All right. Let's see, we got that. Okay, then couple things. So first, let's do the tiny hose. All right, this tiny hose. Now, the hoses, I'm using a small brush, and you got to move kind of quickly on the hoses, okay? So I use the dark ink. Hello, Lady B. Dark ink, the lime ink. Well, actually, you don't even need it. On the little hose, you can just go dark ink, yellow, white, okay? So starting with the yellow, it's going to be the primary color that I lay down, all right? And I'm going to kind of blob it on my hose. It's not exactly, it's about the wet blending that creates that hose. So it's a kind of a bit, we want it to stay kind of nice and heavy so that we can get our mixtures done, all right? Then once I get that done, I'll go in for the green ink, okay? And I'm going to do the top of each of those hoses with the green ink. That means the part that is connected to, can you see that? Up in there, there you go. This side's a little easier to see, right up here. Part that's connected up to the top. Okay, see that? Okay. Then I'm going to go back for the yellow. And right at those areas that the two colors meet, I'm going to just kind of slob that yellow back and forth. Okay. That one has to dry. This hose. Okay. The light green. You're going to want to apply a nice layer of it. You want it to stay wet for you. Going back and forth like this. Top hose, bottom hose, top of the hose, bottom of the hose, top of the hose, bottom of the hose. Okay? And then getting in there. Okay, once we've got that done, gonna go and you're gonna get your dark ink. And right where the hose connects to the gun, here, more than stroking the paint, I touch it with the tip. Okay? And we're gonna get that on the back side. That's hard to see. Make sure I get it on the inside. I did. On the inside. On the back side. Okay. And then I wipe the excess off the brush. And I come back in here. And right on the front where we can see it, I'm going to pull and push in two directions to create a gradient. Now I'm going to come in and grab some yellow. And put it right there. Okay. And I'm going to put top, under, and kind of go in each direction. Then I'm going to wipe the brush off again. I'm going to come in, I'm going to grab some white, and I'm going to put a white dot right there on each side, making sure the white goes all the way around. Then I'm going to rinse that brush, and I'm going to come in for the tiny slender brush. I'm going to dip it in white again, top and bottom. If you feel like a color got taken out of the picture, now's the time to add it back in. There we go. Hello, Dragonheart. How are you? How are you doing? It's so nice to see you. Okay, now this back hose should be dry enough for you to pick up some white and hit the center. Same thing with the back. Once you get the white in there, take it off your brush, grab yellow, and right beside it, in that same forward and backward motion, if you drowned a color, come back with the other color. The more color that you add to, the more paint that you add to the hoses, actually. Now I'm going to come in for some of the dark paint again on this back hose, because the back hose is the one that usually gets drowned out. And there it is. Oh, the new work schedule. I'm looking forward to that. Oh, yes, I want to look at that. Hold on. Let me grab the dark. We're coming back for this hose in the front. And you want to put a thin, right there, a little thin line right up by the hose of the dark ink. And now it has completed that visual. In some cases, if you want, like each one is a little bit different, you can bring the dark down a little farther, like on this one if you want, or you can keep it up a little higher like that one. There's totally different ways. You can lighten the color if you want to. Hang on, I want to see what this is that Dark Side Creations, there we go, is working on. This sounds so intriguing. Wow. Oh, that is so neat. That is so cool. Wow. That is really neat. Yes, that is what I am doing. That is totally what I am doing. Okay. Now you have your hoses. Okay. You're going to need this glowy area here to be built up. You guys should take a look at that. That's a really cool thing. And because it is so close to the glowy of the gun, one of the things that I'm going to do is give it a nice yellow swatch right there, which I will glaze over in a minute. But I paint it with a little bit of yellow here. And then what I'm going to do is take a wee bit of white right there. And I'm going to, and then take a little bit more yellow. And then I'm going to grab the green, the lime green, each end, right? Okay. Then I'm going to pull that yellow right along the top. I mean the white right along the top. Same thing on the other side. Yellow. The white. On these guys, I work with a little bit more paint. As in, like, you know, the quantity of the paint is a little bit thicker when I'm developing these little glows and stuff like this. Get a little bit more coverage. It gets a little bit more glow. Now I've got those colors. I'm going to take that white and just pull that white with a very fine brush right along the top. There you go. All right, now we are going to address the glow rod. Okay, ready, Freddy? Okay, for this you need a brush. You know, you want a small brush, but not a super, super tiny brush. I'm going to say probably about a size 1 to do this, all right? And we're going to start with that base color of green. Okay, I'm going to pick up some yellow. Then I'm going to go back and forth. So I'm going to paint in these little strokes like this, where I'm going to mix those two together and then drag towards either end. So as I'm painting, I'm going dut, 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 right? And I'm pulling the paint towards the front. I'm going to get some more yellow. And I'm going to do that again, pulling. They actually have a texture to them when I make these. Okay, pulling each direction. Now, I'm going to take a little bit of white and I'm going to mix it with a little bit of yellow. I'd say it's about 2/3 white and 1/3 yellow. And I'm going to pick some of that up on the brush and I'm going to come right here in the middle and I'm going to pat it. Patting. I'm not dragging, I'm patting. Then I'm going to take the excess off the brush and come back in here and get it where I want. Once I get the brush flattened in it, I will turn the brush sideways and I will pull little striations of that color onto the green. So it looks a little psychedelic like that. Okay, now the best thing for you to do at this point, once you get it where you've got these little striations going in different directions, you do want to get them on the front and the back because he is going to be seen from both angles. You do want to let that dry. Now, while that's drying, we'll take a little bit of yellow and thin it. Thin that yellow a little bit, and in an area that is a little bit smaller than your green area, you're going to pull that yellow color. So you get a little bit of glow there. I'm going to thin a little bit more of that yellow. Come in here and get a little swipe on the top of his legs. A little swipe, a little bit of that yellow, swipe it right here, right over the green, pulling it towards the gun. A little bit on the hand there. I'm going to come underneath here because his hand is definitely exposed to the glowy parts of the gun. All right, let's see now. Black with green and then green. All right. Gonna come in here and we're about ready to drop some inks. So one of the things we got to do . Oh, yes, okay. So you tried to use the green ghost tint that you won, but every time you try to put another layer on it, while wet, it keeps breaking and pulling apart. While it's wet, so ghost tints, ghost tints are made to tint over color, like a glaze. I mostly use them for glazing. Hold on. Let's let this guy dry for just a minute, you guys, and we'll come right back to him. So we are stopping at 5:48. Hold on. I need a pen at this desk, Okay, so we did a 5:20 to 5. What did I say? 48? 48, right? I said 48, right? 48. Okay. Hang on, I gotta mix it. $5.20 to $5.48. Okay. Taking a quick break. This guy is drying. It's actually be a good time for me also to take a bio. Once we answer this, I am going to grab ghost tint. Hold on. I know I have some right here. I was just using it. Let's grab one. What do we got? I gotta get an open one. Nope, not open. Let's not open one that's not open. There we go. Okay. We are about to find out. I have mixed them with ink and not had a problem before. All right. What color do you have? Well, hello, Dante. How are you, handsome? Lady B, what color do you have? What color did you win? I mean, they all perform the same except the black a little differently. Shadow. The ghost tint is dry already on the miniature Lady B. And let me see, is what you're telling me that you are picking the color back up with the brush? What? Okay, it didn't want to stay together. It didn't want to layer at all because the ghost tint would rub off. Okay, yes, meaning you're trying to glaze over. Yes, so I'm getting it right. So you're trying to glaze over the ghost tint. Okay, it's very sensitive. A, ghost tint must be completely dry. B, some colors actually don't even like to paint over it, so they will separate. Let me dry it. They will separate. Like they'll run around all over the miniature and you won't be able to make the paint stick. It kind of looks like oil and water, for example. One of the things that I do with my ghost tints is I very delicately seal the ghost tints. Now, I have not used them mixed with paint like this, and what I have found out, you guys, that you might be interested in is how similar to a contrast paint they work. All right, now we have so the green and the yellow are staying together on my little palette here. We have glazed the yellow over here. We have glazed the green and yellow mixed together over here. Now let us see. Okay. I have not left this sit. If you leave your ghost tint sit, it does change the personality. Now, are we going to glaze over this with the same color? Or are we using just the plain yellow to go over it? But notice how it's settled in the recesses. I didn't actually do that. Look at that. It's settled right into the recesses, just like contrast paint. Okay, but I'm going to see if it rubs off. So we're going to take a little bit of this, and I'm going to do another layer. It helps if I don't use a dry brush. Two things. Okay. One. Yep. Okay, so one, cannot go back over it. Okay. If I go back over it, it will lift the paint underneath of it. Two, if I diddle around in it much, reason underneath of there. So I always put the varnish in between, but you can see that, well, that varnish is a little bit shiny. And some, you know, with my touch with the brush, with weird paints, so paints that are conflicting, ink is conflicting. I don't know if, yep, and he's exactly right. If you use a matte varnish instead of a satin, it will stick because the matte varnish has tooth, Lady B. So the tooth allows the next layer of paint to stick to it. But you can, as you can see, you can glaze them over. It's just that you have to move quickly. It doesn't seem to have created, let me look at it. pulls or anything like that. It's not peeling the paint or anything crazy like that. But I definitely wouldn't do more than a couple of layers before I really let it sit and cure. But I like to use, I want to say that it's ink that does it. Yeah, check it. So I like to use conflicting paints. It's one of the techniques that I use. Ink actually and contrast paints have an interesting relationship. Yes. Yeah, you plain, I recommend of course, the Liquitex Ultra Matte relationship with one another. And I kind of dig it. And I use it for certain effects on things. That's contrast paint and ink. They do things that other paints don't do as well together. Yes, I think that and then going over it, make sure the consistency of your, but you want to apply it with a brush that's going to be soft and rather quickly brush. But I have another paint that really acts funky. This one, I think it's this one. It really acts funky when you drop it into. This one seems to be perfectly happy in it. It's a good way to test the reactions of different paints. It could be the other way around. Sometimes it's the opposite. Let me see if it's the ink in that does it. Yeah, it's the ink that does it. So those paints that ink and that paint don't necessarily like each other. Could be headed for trouble. But I enjoy this. If I put it, I like to put it, it's weird now. If you play with it too much, sometimes you get, but they don't like to really mix, but they will dry together. They will dry together. But I have a few paints that have their interactions they don't like one another like that, so they'll do really weird things. And if you're trying to mix them to paint onto something, oh, it's a nightmare. That was fun. Seems like we've got a whole lot of good. Let's paint some rivets then. We're not painting rivets. Rivet. Oh my gosh, rivets are the easiest part. What are they rivets on? Let me see a picture of what you're doing. You need one of these for your rivets. Yes, you do. Now, if that was silver, they do make it in silver. They do. That's not cheating. That's not cheating. You know, I was told by my sensei that there is no cheating in the war on anything. Every tool at our minds and hands' disposal is fair game. That's what he told me. And who made that rule? Because that's one of the things that I teach people, to do small things so that they don't. No, this is not a Sharpie. I don't like Sharpies. Ooh, they have alcohol. This is an acrylic painter. The difference is, no, I'm not using a Sharpie. I don't use Sharpies. This is an acrylic painter, and the difference is that the tip is nice and stiff, so when you paint on something, the brush doesn't get away from you. The Geneva Convention would, but it's not a Sharpie. It's acrylic paint in the form of a pen, and you can do a nice tight edge highlight with it. See? We could paint freehand with it if we wanted to paint something freehand. See? So if you took a Q-tip and you stuck a Q-tip in paint, it wouldn't really be any different. Just because it comes in a tube and it's convenient. And there, look, you got some highlights. And it's acrylic paint in a tube. Yes, right? There's no survivors, right? Well, hello there. I remember seeing you in the Discord. Oh, I don't know how to pronounce that, though. Ba 202520. Yo. What is up? I saw you in the Discord. Hi. Is it supposed to spell something that I'm supposed to be able to say? The Geneva Convention. Yeah, no, this is like, I hate Sharpies. I tried that whole Sharpie routine. Oh my gosh, that was a nightmare. And then I tried to paint over the Sharpies with some varnish, and the Sharpies broke away from the miniature, and it was really weird. I didn't like the Sharpies. And in some of the areas where I did the action with the Sharpie, it literally took the acrylic paint off. But no, I got these because I wanted to show people how they could make a highlight in an eye without struggling with control of their brush. Because when you are learning to do these little teeny tiny things, sometimes getting the control of a teeny tiny brush can be a little bit tedious at first, and you do need to learn the control of the larger brushes first anyway, and because you have to paint the whole miniature with that, so why not make it easier on somebody? And there's a lot of neat, I hear that damn stink bug. There's a lot of neat little things that you can do with an acrylic pen. They even make a few of them that have almost like a tiny little paintbrush on the front of them, and then it comes fully loaded with the paint. Oh, well, yeah, I like them for, right, exactly. No, not to paint minis. How to rebind brush keys. I'm not sure. Okay, this is the part where I'm going to take a quick bio. I'll be right back. You guys can hang out with him. He is like pretty close to completely dry. All those layers will be nice and completely dry. He's going to hang out here, and I will be right back. I am also going to take, I think, Hammy upstairs. I think it's time for her to, yeah, it is. And so that Geek can give her some chow. Hammy, you need to go upstairs so that it's chow. Yeah, let's go get some chow. Come on. Come on. Let's get chow. No, no, no. Go, 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 go. Good job. Good girl. Okay.
This is a reminder. Take out the dog. This is a reminder. Take out the dog.
guys are so sweet. You waited. Wow. Oh, Paul John, hello. Greetings, greetings. Oh, let's see here. There's no lip lube upstairs. Thank you, Raven Roost. Okay, let's see here. Anything exciting happen? No? Drink paint water. Quick while she's gone. No, Geek is. Geek, she's got to have her dinner. And so Geek took her out. I went upstairs and okay, we are looking at this little project that I was doing for now my guy has green skin. It's cool. I don't mind at all. It wasn't good skin anyway, but if you do the skin like that and then you go over it with a filter, it actually turns out pretty darn good. That was kind of a heavy filter. But that worked out pretty good. Although this guy is just a practice dummy. He's a practice dummy because he's got a lot of skin. So yeah, that was I think that mostly probably she just wanted her dinner, but Geek requires that she has to go out and do her business or there will be no dinner served. So there's that. Yeah, it's a green boy. He's a green boy now. Okay, let's see now. Let's take a. So now we're at 6:23. Okay, so 6:23. Okay. And he is like fully dry. Let's make sure we're all nice and focused in. Okie dokie now. There we go. Okay. So, oh, I didn't actually get this focused in at the right height though. There he is. There he is. Okay. All right now. So next up, we've done all that and that's all dry. We can actually just, now that this is dry, we can go back to this, but I don't know that would be fair in reference to what you're trying to achieve because this would kind of be drying while you came in here and got some other areas. So I have to compare the variables and see what order I did it in. That was the yellow over that. That was the green ink. All right, so very, very fine brush. Okay. And then we're going to come in here and we're going to get this green ink. And I came in and I did the green ink as a glaze over the existing metallic green that we added on there. Make sure I got him in nice focus for you guys. Hang on. Here he is. All right. And under the collarbones, I put a nice little shadow of it. I got a little bit of it up here to bring the greens down. You know, kind of get that deep green thing going on. I came in under his arms and I got the whole area of the rib cage up underneath of there with that. Then I thinned a little bit and I kind of pulled onto the rib cage. Then I went in and I got a little bit of yellow. And I just kind of came in here and pulled back into the green with it. Yep, I did 2 layers of the ink. All right. There we go. And then we're going to go back for the green ink. So this is, mind you, all the steps that came before this, right? We're using this green ink to enhance the glow by way of bringing those areas in deeper. So by increasing those shadows, we can really make that pop a little bit more. When I kind of carried this out on the back, it kind of gave a little bit of a... I got it really a lack of green on the other one for this, but I would have liked to have pulled it out while I was there and decided not to go back and do it, just so you can kind of see it around the corner. All right. Oops. Got a little excited with my green there. Little bit. Inks, you gotta move pretty fast on an ink if you expect to pick it back up. All right, and then we'll come in here with a little bit of the yellow again. Get those areas picked up with the yellow. We are going over the areas that we had down there with the, we're glazing over those areas that we used the white yellow in, that we mixed that white yellow for. Let me see. Looking pretty darn good. Similar, but not the same. All right. Now, I'm going to come in here for a second with the black. This is really kind of tight. I can't quite get it on the camera. I'm going to do his emblem. So one of the things I try to do is use the side of the brush, but a lot of times that ends up smearing it all over the mini. So these emblems are really a bitch to try to get them a different color, I'll tell you that. Hi, Samini, by the way. Did I say hi? I am so sorry, my mate, if I didn't. I saw you answer a question. You know, I just feel like you're kind of here all the time. Okay. Now on this one, his emblem is black, so let's do that. Let's just stick. We can't really make a 100% fair comparison unless we are sticking with the same idea. Whiskey or tequila? Tequila. Tequila. But on this boat, we always talk about the rum because we're pirates, you know? And rum was a lot easier to distill. Okay. Let me make sure I got it. I try to get it in the recess and all the way around the emblem. This is one of the parts, a tiny part, that I spend a little bit of time on. The other thing is I like to make absolutely sure that his mouth gets his little, his little teeth recesses. He has these little recesses, and you guys know them if you know the crons. They have those little teeth recesses. I like those little recesses in the teeth to show up. Like that. Very, very important. Okay, now that area has to dry. While that area is drying, I will take a tiny bit of the white yellow. We still have a little bit left here. And thin it. And kind of pull it right onto the knife, the blade right there. Okay. We're going to come back at his gun again. Now what I'm going to do with it is I'm just going to take, that was bad. God, green light. You only have those. Wait, what? Hi, Trader. Why not both? What are we doing? Oh, you're going to both. Yeah, both is fine too. I only have those. Okay. Well, then just don't mix them. Okay. So we're going to come back in here on the gun with it is such a small amount of lime, and we want to thin that yellow. You can see right through it to the palette paper, and we're going to go right over this. Okay. I'm going to come in for the white yellow while that's wet. I'm going to come in for a little bit of lime green while it's wet. Moving, mind you, you notice I moved from the green to the white on that. Okay. I'm going to go to the straight white while it's wet. Dry the excess off. And again, out from that white. All right. Rinse that brush off. Going into the dark green. This is a back and forth kind of a motion on the ends there. You'll also notice that when I do it, I don't necessarily make it a perfect, it's broken, is what I mean. The striations are. Now I'm going to go back to that lime green. And some of those opening areas that are in the dark green, I'm going to place the lime green, and there you go. Okay. Take that ink. And get those recesses. Now on this one, notice I did the recess. The tube on this one comes down really low to the gun, the part that holds the gun, the barrel. And so there's a dark green line right there to separate that. You would think it would be lighter. Hello, Trader, by the way. But in reality, when you put the light one in there, it doesn't give the gun as much presence. Okay, so the other thing I'm going to do is take that nice dark green, and I'm going to come in here. That's the ink. And I'm going to come in here. And I'm going to get these little divots that are in the gun here to create what is kind of like a movement of light. Okay, so now the front of the gun looks like it's standing out a little bit better. Oh, my chat isn't keeping up. I'm sorry, you guys. I did think on the other one, oh, somebody came down here all by her onesie. Did you come downstairs all by your onesie? You did. You know you're not supposed to do that. What are you up to? You are sassy. Okay, there's a little area right here I gotta get in that is a recess in the gun. And I want to get that dark ink in there. There we go. What is up, Paul John? All right, now we are backing up. We've gotten to the point where we're actually adding the really dark color that is the black and the lead belcher mixed together. It's a lot of black in that, by the way. Okay. And we're going to come in here and we're going to get all these areas. They're going to help the gun stand out really good. Also going to help his little hands stand out really good. Now this is kind of the tedious part. This is the part that probably takes me the most time. See if the front of the gun is what color. You have to come back for that, I think. I might be able to get a smaller brush in there. Let's just see about that here in just a second. One of the things that I find really useful is twisting the miniature. Not much, relaxing after a long day. Just your daughter and you home for now. Wife took the son, take an extra exam for real estate. Ooh, good luck to them. Probably won't. Oh, that's kind of nice to have the house to yourself. Okay. You might be a little bit more on the lead belcher side than the black on this one. But I position the mini to be able to get my best stroke. I find I am actually going to need, in this case, this black to be really thoroughly mixed. I find the all is well here, thank you. Yeah, that's just not going to tie it in. It's got to be much blacker than that. So the black let a little bit of that metallic show through. I don't think the Reaper black will work. I don't know. Let me try. Maybe it just wasn't mixed good. What are you doing over there, Missy? Hey, what are you doing? Get off that couch. Come here. Hey. Get off that couch. I know what you're up to. Get off that. No. Being so naughty. You know, because you know. Yeah. She's digging in the couch. She knows she's not supposed to be over there. She's being sassy. I have to go get food. Oh. Already? Well, at least you noticed. That could have been something. Did you take it out double so that it's yeah, okay. Okay. Good news. Excellent. It was yeah, in the sink overnight and the weather's all right, I'll see you. Yeah. Yes, I am. Hi, Chad. That's not even the couch that we sit at and eat anything, noob. She's just doing it because she knows she can get away with it because I'm streaming. She's being sassy. Okay. Now, when their arms don't go over their head, I can't stand to look at the miniature from the back and have the areas that should be the black gun not painted in. So I have to like come in from different angles and fix that. And if you're not careful, you could ultimately end up painting your miniature. Like the whole front of him black. Oh, I did pretty good on that. Now I just twist the mini around to all the directions. Yeah, I have to go over these areas. There just wasn't enough black. I think that the black was not mixed well. Take a look at the front of the gun. Okay. That's right. That's your spot. Good job. Okay, and I got to get in here and get this because I won't be able to cope with all the things that are supposed to be black not being black. The hard ones are when they're up underneath like this, to get in there and not paint like his leg or whatever. You're just tearing up your bed over there. No, I'm not letting you go get on that couch. There, no. I know what you're up to, Hammy. Hey, I said no. Now don't make me get upset while I'm streaming. Don't do it. She knows Geek is gone, so she's going to try to even do this. Yeah, I think you should probably get in your seat. Because I know what you're up to. And there's not going to be any itching on your feet. That's right. And I will go get that collar and put it on you and let everybody see you in your collar. Do you want me to go get the collar? I didn't think so. Good job. Okay. Good job. Good girl. Okay, you're going to be huffy? That's fine. That's fine as long as you are safe. Hello, Evil Ted. Ooh, you made a Warhammer helmet as in like on a miniature or like a life-size one? Yeah, I'm telling you, she knows that Geek is gone, and so when he leaves, then I can't tell him like, oh, come get her, she's doing whatever. She knows that. So these little black areas are going to be your most tedious part. But this is also the part when I get done with all of this that makes everything stand out really, really good. Okay, let's see. All right, the handle around all the hoses, we don't do those. Got to get the 2 connectors on the hoses from both sides. All right. And then that's going to be green. And okay. Looks pretty sharp. I think we've got it dialed in. I think maybe that one ring, no, that one ring around the front definitely stayed green. Okay. All right. Ooh, life-size Evil Ted. Awesome. I bet that was a fun adventure. Okay, now I'm taking, so there's a little bit of Payne's Gray in here that's an ink. And I take that ink and I come in here and I'm going to take that ink and put it in places where we need a little shadow, but we don't want to go with the plain black. You know, you can link today if you want, Ted. Today is Tuesday, and on Tuesdays you guys can share in the chat if you want to. Hell, oh my gosh. Hello, paint splattered orc. How are you? There'll be a few areas that I'll come in here and I'll just kind of get this. Well, that was a little bit excessive, I have to admit. That was a little bit much. I got excited. Paint splattered orc is in here. Are you back to streaming, mate? How have you been? Long time no see. There, we just want to get some of those lines that are creating the dynamic shadows with a little bit of that color, that Payne's Gray color will help the model pop. Now look, I got like all that on his shoulder right there. I'm going to show you guys how to fix that. You're going to love it. All right. You got some time to chill. Right on. Well, I'm glad you showed up here. There's going to be a little bit of green here that we can come in and just kind of place this little glow here on that hand. There's going to be an area on the back here. I got to come in and get the back of the gun in that shadow. Okay, now we've got all that done. Oh, that kind of does. Oh, you know what? No, it's actually my ring underneath paint splattered. These gloves were on Amazon. And I can probably, Geek is not here right now, but if you send me a DM, I can have Geek send you them because they are, wait, I'm sorry, they are not. These are not the ones I got on Amazon. I'm going to tell you straight up though, they're not as reusable. You might be able to get 2 uses out of them if you turn them inside out and then spray them with a little disinfectant. They tend to split after 2 uses. They are for hairdressers, and I got them on Sally's Beauty. I was thinking the wrong gloves here. I got my old ones on Amazon and they discontinued carrying them, and then the other ones I used, they jacked the price up way high during the COVID, and I was very disappointed in that. I don't like to shop from people that do that. I don't like price gouging. All right, so now we've got all of that. Now we got to go in for the green ink in these areas that are all around the coil. We're going to take, now we want to make sure we've got an ample supply, a little bit of water. That ink has been sitting out, so you want to make sure that your ink is nice and fluid when you go in to do this, okay? And I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go around the coil with a little bit of extra paint on my brush, like so. Excuse the sniffles, guys. The things are blooming. I'm going on each side of the coil, on the right and the left. Then I'm also dragging it right along the supports of the coil. We are going to paint outside the coil with the dark green. Okay. When I paint the top, I just lay the brush on its side and paint that top part. Oh, look, I missed the white in there. Oh, excellent. No, I didn't. I was in the Discord this morning. Have you put it there since this morning? Paint splattered? Paint this little box white and then come in and pick up the excess from around the edges. I kind of flood it with the white so it gets down in the recesses. Then I come back and pick up the excess. Now we got to let that one dry, okay? Then we're going to do this on the other side. We got to get in here and get the little side painted. And then we got to get the ink in there. And we're doing right along the edges. And what the ink is going to do is the ink is going to spread a little bit into the coils at the tops and the bottoms, creating kind of like a dark little shadow at the sides of your coil. Now getting it in back here is really rough. Approaching him from the behind is dangerous. So sorry if I'm blocking your view, but that is. And then we want to paint over these again and get them nice and deep on the green. I'm using the ink because we're going to be putting ink in all those recesses anyway, so you might as well use it to your advantage. Oh, Evil Ted, did you put it in the chat? Let me see. There it is. Oh, that is righteous. Ooh, what is it made from? Helmet build is done. The next step is to seal it with creature cast rubber. What is creature cast rubber? What is it made out of? Hold on. Yes, that is very nice, Evil Ted. I do like some good cosplay, let me tell you what. Okay, let me take a look. We are super close, folks. Okay, now you're going to take and you're going to water down the green a little bit. You're going to thin the lime green a little bit. I want you to add a wee bit of yellow to it. So it's like hyper lime green. And you're going to have that nice and thin. And you're going to come along and you're going to take that and you're going to go right over the dark green and then extend it farther a little bit onto the quail. I'll show it to you in just a second so you can see it. The other thing I do is I bring that same hyper color in and I kind of put it down the middle of the quail behind him there. There we go. All right. Then I go back for the white while it's wet and I will take and put a couple of dots of white in the quail centers while it's still wet. That just kind of creates a good little glow spot for you. And the paints kind of like each other, so they'll sort of run together a little bit. Oh yeah, on the gun you have to. 3 layers of high gloss to get it just right. Now, what I don't like on the guns is that bottom part there. This here's gotta there's gotta be a little glow here. It's totally not working for me. I don't like the color, so I gotta change that right there. That's gotta happen. And then while that's wet, I'm gonna come in here and kind of break it up with a little bit of that to get in the recesses, and that'll help make it pop a little bit better. It's just not working for me. There we go. And these guys are black. Okay, all right. All right, now we've got that going on, okay? You can see where it's all coming together. We do have to get into the, let me make sure, I want to see if I did black. I'm pretty sure I did. Payne's Gray. So we're going to get into that Payne's Gray. Uh-oh. Which jumped ship onto my palette. Oh, fun. Oh, fun. That's going to be in everything. All right. And on the Payne's Gray, we're going to come in here and we're going to touch the back of every rib. When you do this, this is tedious, and you want to try to get just the back of the rib. You don't want to paint out all the yellow. You got to come in from the side on some of them like this. Position your mini so that you can access all those tiny points. So the back of the rib being the part that is farthest away from his center is what I mean. And every now and then you're going to get one that you just can't even get to the spot. Because like in this case, his arm is in the way. I might be able to get it here, but sometimes it's not worth it. Oh, I did it. All right. Now, what that is going to do is it's blue. Actually, Payne's Gray is a blue. They do. I don't do it, noob. This is about getting it on the table, and that's one of the things that I let go. If you want to do it, you can, but it's one of the things I let go. You could, but we're not going to do that because I'm making time right now. So I want to be able to get it right. We can go back and we can get that though, if you want. Like if that's something that, you know, is important to you, then that needs to be one of the places that you choose as important. I was told to choose a couple of locations that I just couldn't do without. I'm doing a little more highlighting on the rib cage because it makes it stand out really good. We want that to stand out really good. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to take that same white yellow, now that I've added the blue, the Payne's gray rather. We've already got it in there, but we're going to come back in. Might want a smaller brush. Liner. I use a liner because a liner can carry a little bit more paint on it, and it's very fine.
Where's the kaboom?
Hello,
there was
Dave.
supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
Okay, now we're going to come into the front of those rib cages, and I have not let the ink dry. To get this glow, it takes a couple of back and forths. If you get your tip in it, clean the tip. If they mix together too much, you have to come back and hit it again. But I'm going to show you what this does. So first of all, it fills the ribs. Secondly, hold on. It creates a dynamic that is really just incredible. And then I did that. So you got to pick that up. What's up, Dave? What you doing? Okay. Now we got to come back in here. Remember the top that wasn't painted? Oh, Fang and Claw Hobbies. You guys, welcome Fang and Claw Hobbies on board. We are getting a raid from some fellow pirates.
Stop blowing holes in my ship!
How are you, Fang and Claw? So we painted that top part white, right? In the box. Then we came in and then I did the whole outside with the dark green, right? Now we're going to come in and I'm just taking that liquid lime color and putting it in there. They're going to mix and you want to take the extra out.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Thank you so much for that follow. While they're still wet, I'm going to put a dab of white. I want you to notice what it does. It's going to bleed around and create a pretty cool effect. And then we got to come back with a really dark color. Oh, you're working on your room. Excellent. As in your studio room. Thank you for the hype, you guys. Thank you, Dragonheart, for the hype. I am well. How are you? And I don't have my alert open. Let's see. Aster Jedi, thank you for that follow. And hello. Did I get that right, you guys? It was Aster Jedi. I know, right? Mine too. I'm probably going to have to take a little bit of something for it. Geek went to get some dinner, but we are so frigging close. Okay, it is 7:01. And I'm going to give myself credit of a few little minutes. Let's take a look. Okay, we're on to the vermilion. We are trying to hit a time slot with this guy, Fang and Hobby. Well, and if you were working on something, you are welcome. Today is Tuesday. First of all, you are welcome to put it in the chat. And secondly, please feel free to put it in the love gallery. And I will shout you out on Friday because we don't do a love gallery on Tuesday. All right, now we're coming in for the vermilion. So something I want you to keep in mind about the vermilion, first of all. Don't thin your color too much or it'll get all over his face. So keeping it a little bit chicken. Rotisserie chicken and salad. I like to make big salads, so like a lot of salad greens, onions, cucumbers, radishes, a lot of Parmesan cheese, chicken breast, and usually he gets me that cilantro avocado dressing. Oh, Taco Tuesday, yep. Well, no, because if I would have to do the tacos myself, Dave, because any place that I eat the tacos, I get sick, except La Fugata, and that's too far of a drive. All right, so here we put the orange eye in, tipping that mini. Kind of sounds like my music got stuck, and notice it's not too thick, so it didn't get all over. We're going to put a glaze in there. But we don't want it all over his face. Very small amount of it. You're going to go around the recess of the eye. Okay. We'll probably get more than one coat of that. You're going to take a wee bit of it, a little bit more thin than that, and you're going to line right under the eye. Because apparently I quit underlining the eye. I'm sure there must have been some rhyme or reason to that. I can't make burritos either. I have to eat tacos and make burritos. Right, exactly. I agree with you, John. Okay, I'm gonna reclaim that area under the eyes. I forgot that I quit doing that, so retract that, take it away. I started glazing instead. Okay. I'm going to only do tacos at home if I make the shells from 100% gluten-free corn tortillas. All right, let me take a look. Yep, almost. I'm going to thin that a little bit more. And come in here and get it. Whoop, we don't want to get that drop of water. Watch that drop of water on your ferrule. It'll mess up a project for you. Little thin layer of the vermilion in the eyes. If it's too much, dry off that little brush, come back in, pick some of it up. We just want it to be glazed over the black that we've put in the eyes because it's going to be darker vermilion around the lighter vermilion. All right, there he is. Okay, now make equals poop. Make, Dave, so bad. Okay, we are creating a little bit of a yellow glaze. Brighten up that face area. Okay, we're going to take a little bit of the yellow and mix it with a little bit of the vermilion, okay? So you want to make an extremely light sunset color. Okay, right now while that's drying, I can paint his frickin' thing on the front. His emblem, that's the word I'm looking for. I'm choosing that really light yellow. And this one, like every time I go in and do it, it's a major ordeal. I'm going to try a shorter fine brush. So a brush that has less throw than the liner. That way, maybe and mixing the paint a wee bit thicker. You now have desk glasses. Right on, Dave. Right on. I do love my desk glasses. What do you mean glasses like you drink out of? This is important to me. You know those little tiny dots I'm always teaching you guys? Like one dot in front of the other, don't make a line. Right, that's what we're doing. And you want to mix a little bit extra because the paint is going to dry on the tip of your brush while you're doing this, because it takes a little concentration and a little time. I'm nailing it this time though, because yeah. Okay, emblem. Coming back for that sunset color. Notice that I'm pulling the glaze towards the eyes. Glaze a little bit on the nose, and I'm glazing under the cheeks. One thing I did forget that's really important to me, I like the tiniest to get the desk to the Optimus. Ooh, painting glasses. I like to get the tiniest bit of shadow under their noses. Did I get that on that guy? Yeah, I feel like that little tiny bit of shadow makes their faces stand out better. Okay, few colors I'm going to grab real quick and just kind of get them spotted on. A little bit more of that metallic right here on the shoulders to kind of bring those out. Tiny little bit of extra glow, you know. Right? Get a little bit of that right back here. Just a little bit of pop and sexy. We're going to do a little bit of that right here. It just creates a wee bit of sparkle. I'm going to do a little bit of that on the sides. It's a kind of a neutral color at this point in the game. There we go. And one more time back for that sunset color. Each time that I do it, I pull it closer to the eyes. I only hit the cheekbones separated by the nose, under the eye. There we go. Okay. And now is varnish. And one of the things that I definitely do is, oh, we forgot that. Wait, there's a little thing we forgot here. Got to do this. We got to get the dark green around the outside of this. There we go. Okay. That works. All right. Get it. All right. Oh, it looks like there's just a little thing I did forget. All right. Okay. I have to thin the green, the dark one. Let me make sure that's what I used. All right. Nope, it looks like I used the metallic. Okay. So thinning the metallic to almost a glaze-like consistency. It actually is. I'm going to glaze the metallic, and hopefully, I don't actually know if I did that before or after, but hopefully I won't get it in all of his glowiness. I'm going over the ribs. There we go. Down in here, going over the ribs with that. In the area that has the yellow glow up front. I'm also bringing it back over the really dark green. It won't hurt because that dark green is just so dark that all it's going to do is just give it a little bit more metallic effect. Okay. Yeah, that's my... Oh, yeah. Yep, that makes him look a lot better. Okay. Okay. Now we're really, really close. Let's bring him in and focus. If you don't count varnish, some people don't. I actually like the eyes on this one better. Yep. Okay. Now, varnish. Let me see what time I got. 7:14. Okay. And then we're going to do some varnish. And with the varnish, you're going to get you the high gloss varnish, see? And you're going to put a little bit of that out. And what you're going to do is you are going to hit his weapon here. We're going to go in there. We're going to hit this with a layer, and we're going to hit this 3 times, and you are not going to hit the area underneath of it. It's one of the contrasts that you are playing with, is that this is not, underneath the gun, is not covered with this sexy gloss. It's going to stay matte. It creates a contrast. The other thing we're going to do is we're going to take some of this and we're going to put it in each of his eyes. We're going to make sure it doesn't pool in there. We're going to also hit the glow around the eyes, a little bit on the cheekbones, in the eye, a little bit on the cheekbones, a little bit right here on the forehead. And then you're also going to take that gloss and you're going to drop that gloss into each of his ribs. You don't even have to varnish the paint on his ribs. Just drop the gloss in the ribs and don't worry about the rest of the ribs. And then, whoo! Almost threw him on the floor. And then you're going to cover this area here with gloss. His coils. It is not a paint job like smooth paint job. It's like you're kind of dolloping it on because you want a little bit of buildup so that you can get that radiative kind of a look to it. where it's like radiating out. You are also going to do that to the hoses. By the time that you've filled all those in, usually, you can come back and hit that gun tube again. I don't really know if this is a tube or a rod. Rod, I think, would probably be a more appropriate word. Sometimes I do their center emblem. I did not in this case. I usually do a couple of layers on the weapon, the knife portion, but it's very important that you get at least 3 on the rod and the hoses, because what they do is they start to build up, and that's what makes them look really cool. It looks like they've got some mass to them. The variegated hose in the back, it's not as important that you get it built up as the one that's in the front. We could probably stand to take this dark green, and when you're looking at the mini, sometimes you have to make a judgment call on areas that you may need to touch up. Like this dark green could really stand a second layer, being as what was underneath of it was not black. If that would have been black under there, it probably would have been fine, but it wasn't. And then I noticed one of the other things that I did on the other one was I got some of this lime green and I kind of thinned it a little bit. And right here on this part that's metal here, I created a little line-like highlight right there and right here. Looks like I may have yeah. Oh yeah, that's really working. And we're gonna come in there again with another one of those little highlights. That's some of that thinned lime and a little bit of that yellow. There we go. Okay, now we would be using, I actually don't know if any is still usable on the palette, but it looks like there is some satin here. And we would come in and with a satin, I actually didn't even really get the bottom of his legs, figuring, you know, that it wasn't going to be touched all that much. I do try to get the areas that are going to be touched by the hands a couple of times. So like his arms will usually get a couple of layers. Generally speaking, people are going to hold him right here. I don't worry about the varnish on all of the, you know, in between glued spots and things like that. Just the areas that I feel like are probably going to get touched. You know, I try to keep people's fingers off and they're like, ooh, the gun and whatever, you know, just kind of be like, yeah, don't touch that part.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Thank you very much for that follow. Miss Lilius, thank you for the follow. Do you play Warhammer? I don't, but I paint it. All right, and then we're going to take that same idea and we're going to hit this front guy up here with a little bit of satin so it gets a little bit of shine. We're also going to hit this area underneath it here. You could also hit this one with flat if you want to, but I did leave the gun matte. I hit the reflections with a little bit of the satin. And then we're going to go back. One last thing is that really high gloss varnish, and we got to hit that rod one more time. And the one big hose. Oh, that's much better. And sometimes when you clean up a little something, it really does help too, by the way. Okay, let's take a look at those. Look good. I think that this right here just needs one more bad layer. Oh yeah. Get it nice and lumpy. Yeah. Oh, I like a lot of gloss on those babies. Yeah, that's good. Get those eyes one more time. Come back and take the excess out. And we are done. All right. Pow. El pow. They are a little different in their emblem. But as you can see, yes, as you can see, they definitely look related. Oh, look, I missed the front of that gun with the black right there. Looks like I might have even missed that one with the white coming around. Yeah, see, the front of this gun looks a lot better. Less time still on this one than the one prior. We do have to get underneath. This cannot not happen. That's gotta be black right there. Or it doesn't look right. Yeah, that's gotta be black. And that's gotta be black. There we go. All right. And then when we turn them around, but if we calculate those minutes, let me see. I feel like we did pretty damn good. I like the eyes better on the second one. I think I might even like the gun better on the second one. Well, the second one, the gun is not the rod is not laying against the holder, so that could be part of it too. But this guy's missing a reflection on his hand. I see that. But you can see, if you look at these hoses up nice and close. Let's get to those hoses nice and close here. Hold on. See how that... Hello, Big King. Yeah, well, they're actually both supposed to look like the eyes are glowing. I just put less glow on one than the other. I like the little bit less glow myself. I don't know, though, you know, from a number of feet away, might be better to come in there and put some extra glow on him, because when we back them up, oh, they still glow pretty good. What I really like about the second one's eyes is the part where, and welcome to the chat, Big King Boo. I really appreciate the black around the outside of this one's eyes, but notice the how those guns get such a really good, with the hoses all glossy, how that really looks good. This is a much smoother blend on the gun, but I feel like they look really similar. I think that the chest turned out better on the second one. The chest plate, if you know the glow, it looks really good with that light green put in there. But I feel like overall, like I think we got to calculate the minutes for all that detail and see what we come up with. I'm not very good at math under duress. This guy is still drying, so we don't want to do anything obnoxious to him while he's in his drying phases. He could use a little bit more glazing. Oh, thank you, Noob. Thank you. Yeah, I love to do glow. Glow is one of my very favorites. You'll notice this guy is a little bit different style. But notice how when you get under the lights, what it does. So, and that's like at the game store has those what do you call them? The long tube lights, the fluorescent lights, and they make that really stand out, super glowy. So I think I'm going to come back in here and paint this guy, like the dark gun and everything like that, all the way around it, so that and then just kind of leave it this color. Doing it this way is using a base Christmas tree color green to mix into the lime green, and a little bit of yellow, white, and then up around the edges is oh, this guy's been a minute since I painted him. Up around the base of his tooth. Hang on just a minute. I think it's the pine green. Hang on, let me see what green this is. I'm sorry, grass green by Reaper mixed with a little bit of that lime by Procryl. But it needs like the dark spots and different things like that. Let me see. Let me calculate this. Sometimes I forget to shake my pen.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
"78 minutes. Thank you for the follow, Big King Boo 72. So 78 minutes for all that detail. I think I got that right. So each time you do it, it's going to be a little easier than the time before, so that, especially if it's the same mini. So in theory, it should be a situation where, I mean, if you're painting the same guy, so in theory, it should be where it gets to be less and less and less time. Well, up to the point where it's actually, you know, your zone time. I would think that would be That would be my theory on that. So, so that's still cut back. So we started the original one was the first one that I did was about 3.5 hours, I'd say. So the first one was 3.5. The second one was about 1:45, 1 hour and 45. This 3.5 for the first one. Then we decided that the second one was almost 2 hours. The third one, he doesn't count because Krusty's not, he's not the same as the rest of them. So Krusty kind of doesn't count. So then we went from, no, because I did this one. Was this the one I did last? This is not the one that I did last night. This one was, yeah, it was about 2. That's kind of a rough, that might be giving a little bit extra padding to it. And then this one was 78 minutes, so 1 hour and 18 minutes, right? 28 minutes. 28 minutes. So we'll give it 1.5. How about that? Right? Okay. So we went 3.5 to 1.5. So I shaved 30 minutes off of it this time. Now, Geek is not here, and I don't know how to do I think I have to go to his computer to do the raid. Hold on just a minute. Let me see if I can maybe do it from my phone. I've never done it from there. So that concludes. Oh my gosh. And not only did we shave 30 minutes off the Necron, you guys, but literally I am done on time. As in like, wow. Oh yeah, so that I have these warriors. Wait, oh hold on, wrong one. I have these. Well, these are the immortals. They're not actually. Are these warriors? These are immortal. Is an immortal a warrior? Is it immortal warrior or is he not? Because I do too. I like the ones with the barrel. Is that what you're talking about, Big King? I do like the ones with the barrel. That is okay. I agree with you. I like the old. Even do I have one? Where's the guy with the? One of them actually has the glow stick style. So they got these were in a rubble pile. I salvaged these. Here he is. I salvaged them. And so they had like super glue on the guns and it was scrapey and scratchy and all that. But here's one that I managed to salvage that has the glow stick in it too, the little glowy gun guy. Now he's done, but okay, let's look at that, right? Look at how much better this do you like this one better or do you like this one better? Which one do you think looks like, if somebody painted it for you, which one would you want, noob? Hello, Jared. How you doing? The different models pretty similar. Okay, but I agree with you, Big King. I do like the even when they're painted, I like them better. I feel like adding the one, that's the one we just did. Yep, okay. I feel like adding that bit of earthy lime really helped out. Don't you think it made it look a little more? I know that they're not real, but this is using a Spectratex color that is like not a very real green. Pretty well, Jarrett, pretty well. We are getting ready to wrap it up. We're going to go raid somebody right now. You showed up right at the tail end. I've shaved 30 minutes off my doing the one warrior. So I started at 3.5 hours. Actually, the original one was like 6 hours for one. Like it took me a day to do one. So 3.5 hours and then 2 hours. And then today we did one for 1.5 hours. Okay. Well, okay, then in that case, oh, good. You're back just in time to do a raid, Geek. So in that case, you can understand how this green looks a little bit comic booky, I guess you could say. Whereas this looks like we're creating a character that might actually be a reality. Yeah, okay, right. But that's why I kind of ended up liking liking this style. And then we have one that was kind of in between, so I started adding a little bit more glow, and that just got lost. So I brought those guys down, and then we brought these guys around, and I think I've settled on this being the look. I like this look. So now, of course, being that they are made from rubble, they're all going to have little idiosyncrasies that aren't quite the same, but it kind of makes them good in a way. But I got it nailed down with the colors. I like the way they like this guy, for example. I found his chest in a rubble pile, but his the middle of this one's chest is like there's all super glue all over it. And so yeah, oh, that's a thought. Yeah, that's a thought. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah. But there was super glue all over his chest, so I kind of had to go in here and doctor him a little bit. So like the divots in his chest aren't as deep. I kind of had to do a little line work. You'll notice that his chest plate looks different. And that's because there was so much super glue up in that area that you couldn't quite see the line. So I sort of had to doctor it a little bit. You want to see Krusty? Oh, he's really something. So Krusty was like the very bottom of the bucket. Come here, Krusty. Krusty is just a bunch of leftover pieces that I found where I could make one more. Thank you. That's Krusty. He is interesting. He's got a broken back. We are going to give Krusty a glow tube, but he's getting a broken one. I'm going to cut the glow tube with a hot knife so it's broken at the top and is popping out of his gun. And then it's going to have the goo coming down from the gun. Yeah, he's yep. And did you see his eye falling out of his face? I haven't got that quite finalized. I got to get a little more glow on that to get it right. Give him a shotgun version. Just cut off the front and put a rod in. He can have a stubby, right? He can have a shorty, stubby, sawed off. Anyway, that's Krusty. He is, he literally is like, look, did you notice his foot? Like he only has half a foot. Look here. He only has half a foot right there. And his leg was broken. And then there's another one whose arm is made from two different Necrons' arms that I had to fuse them together. Hello, Robosh. We're just getting ready to leave, my dear. We're just leaving. Let me show you my crons, though, where I've got them to. So I've got the look that I want on them. There they are. Whoop, they go this way. So the one on the left is the one where I've shaved the time considerably. 3.5 hours to 2 hours to 1.5 on one warrior for all the details. That shoots goo. Oh, that's right. Then he wouldn't. I mean, if I made it into a shotgun, it wouldn't be the same. You like them, Jarrett? I'm happy with this look. I like that idea of it kind of being grimdark, noob. I do. I still feel like I kind of like the chest on this one, like the green. But you know what? At the same time, I love the way that the one on the right glows. Bitter Brush, we are just getting ready to raid and I'm going to have dinner. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, mate. Oh, that's so sad. I feel bad. I'm so sorry. Oh, you prefer the left? Okay, so the left, I know, right? The left actually has some broken parts and a lot of, a little bit different. Is it the eyes or the chest that make you like it the best, Bitter Brush? Why do you, everyone likes this one. So tell us why you like this one. Wait, before I go. We do want to hear. chest looks clean and the eyes look tighter on this one. Really? Now, do you mean tighter like the paint is tighter, or you mean tighter like it's good? Good night, Dave. So the chest is filled with super glue on this one. He had an accident. I salvaged these parts. These really are reanimated necrons. They were kind of given up on and thrown in a box, and there was pieces, some that were primered, some that were broken, but we kind of were going the immortal route. But I really liked these guys, and so I asked Geek, well, can I go ahead and can you use these? And he said, yeah, and I said, okay, then let's do that. Okay, so you like those eyes. Let's take a look at those eyes. Let's take a look at those eyes up close, you guys. So now I like this one's eyes the best. Stop, you guys. Stop fighting. But I can see where there's a certain draw towards the big buggy orange ones too. Now the chest I won't be doing again because this chest is just, it's just that way because his chest was filled with super glue. So I did a little extra on it to make it look better. The chests will look like this one. He does, doesn't he? Yeah. I was telling everybody we might have to make the eyes like this one. That does take a little bit extra time, you guys. So that's like 3 coats of the orange. And you got to go over first the white in the middle, the black around the outside, and then 3 coats. Yeah, you like that chest? I did too. I agree with you. The chest plate, I like the glow on this chest. I like this glow better. See? But I do like the center of the chest on this one the best. It's because he's standing up next to this one. Now, wait. Hold on. If we take this one and we put it up next to this one, this was the one that we started with. Okay? And then I took a little, I had a little thing on Sunday where we discussed where to stop painting and what to paint and pay attention to. So you can see, now see, it doesn't look like, it's because he's up next to the other one with the fancy chest plate that makes it look like it's missing a step. And then there's this guy. Wait, is that the right guy? Oh yeah, that's with the green rod. And this is all just within the last couple of days, maybe the last 3 or 4 days. I'm just trying to find the look I wanted to settle with, where I could feel satisfied with it being above tabletop. I have a really hard time not overpainting. So I think those are the eyes. Hang on. The orange on 3. Hold on. That's the same orange. Hold on. Okay. This one does not have the outside area painted. You know, there's no glow. Those eyes are 1 coat of orange with no glow. And what you think you see as a reflection is the light. He actually doesn't have a highlight in his eye, but that's a concept. We could go in there. Let me make sure he's not the one with the highlight. No. We could go in there and put a little white highlight just to make it kind of pop. Here's another one. Hold on. Oh no, that's the one with the white eyes. The white eyes didn't work at all. Let me see if I can get one with white eyes. So the white eyes was an idea. Here's one with white eyes. Yeah. The white eyes didn't work. It was too bleached out. Yeah. So I think maybe I I see what it is though. So the eyeball inside of this one bitter brush, it's shaped like a cone. Some of them are and some of them are not. But these are kind of shaped like a cone. They actually, like inside the eye recess, they come out like a cone. And so the light is catching the very, very tip of the cone and making a beautiful highlight. We could put that highlight in there though. Like I could just go in there and put the tiniest little white dot and it would work. And then we're probably going to be painting on this during the week between now. Let's do this. We're going to be working on this on my Insta Live. Yeah, it's just the mold on that, but I could just like put a little tiny white highlight in there. I'm going to try a little white highlight in each of them and see if it helps. We're going to be working on this on the Insta Live during the week. Thank you. Thank you. That is a combination of purple ink and Turbo Dork. A Turbo Dork color and purple ink. You know what? I saw that. I think that Geek may have left it in one of the boxes when we moved. I saw that on somebody's post, Big King, and I that's what I actually reached out to ask them. Hey, does that come with the model? Because I thought that was so cool. Which would be, but I'm gonna I saw that and I was very excited. I'm not gonna make mine blood. I'm gonna make mine a color like the magenta, a glowing magenta, like he's siphoning the life out of him, and then he's all bright glowing with magenta all over here, so it'll be like this magenta coming out and he's sucking the life force out of him. I know, I saw that and I was very excited about it. I was like, oh my gosh. I think that Geek left it in the box. I'm going to ask him about it. So I thought it would be a life, because like these guys are green and he's got, and he's all glowing magenta. So if he was sucking the life force of magenta out of this guy, then it would make him be like recharging. I thought that would be cool. So now I'm really excited. Thank you for saying something. Hello, Gravity Loft. And welcome. But yeah, I thought it would be like, I'm really excited to know that is part of the model. So I just have to go check the boxes that he's got the pieces in because it's probably there. It's probably there. All right, let's see. We need to go raid somebody so I can actually be done on time. I've already gone over by 20 minutes. All right, you guys, you have the model yourself and you've been putting off painting it. You know what? So I recorded the whole thing, and I kind of had some trouble with the camera focusing. It was very sad. But I will be going back on Insta Live Big King with it again between now and Friday. I'm matching it to the colors of Geek's necrons. So his necrons are green and magenta. But I thought, when I saw that, I was like, oh, one of those didn't come with mine. I need to make that. So I was thinking about making it because I wanted it to be, he's got his hand out like, and I wanted it to be like he's sucking the life force out of this guy. So I was trying to figure out what I was going to make that part out of. So I think that that's so interesting that you popped in here and told me that. Because I reached out and said, did that come with the model? On a couple of places on Instagram. All right, let's see. I'm guessing he's going to raid from up there. Hang on. Or maybe not. Yeah, I'm confused. Okay. I apologize.
Nope. How do I correct your reason?
Oh, okay. Yeah, we don't want anything to go bad anymore, right? All right, let's see. Yes. So there's a part missing from this guy.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, do we still have it?
No, we bought them like that.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, bought them whole from
GTA?
Yeah.
Oh, Oh, mine doesn't have it. He didn't. This isn't the one that came in the box. We bought him at the game store. He was already pre-assembled. So now I. Me? No longer F. Yeah, so we've been having some trouble with OBS. It's been giving us shit. Okay, so you know the drill, right? Self-care. If you don't care for yourself, you cannot care for anything else. So let's make sure we get some self-care in there. I will be streaming again Friday. Mark your calendars for Easter Sunday if you guys don't have anything to do. We're having a party in here. We're doing some giveaways. We're going to play some race cars. Dices and I are painting ogres in onesie pajamas together. And if you haven't experienced Dices and I together, that's a laugh riot. So we are going to be painting together the second annual Easter stream. Dices and I stream together. Well, we try more often than once a year, but we do a once a year annual Easter stream. So between now and Friday, which is date night, I'll get you guys prepared for Sunday on Friday. We should have some fun stuff going on and some announcements actually to make on Friday. There's some cool stuff coming down the turnpike. For those of you who have enjoyed this stream and would like to support me, I do not have an affiliate status out of choice. So if you would like to support the ship and our journey, we do have a Patreon, and we would love to have you on board. We have different levels with different amenities for you, and good stuff coming up this coming month for that, as well as keep your eyes on YouTube, right, you guys? We're building the YouTube library, and we need viewership there and subscribers. 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours will get us to that monetary level where it kind of feeds a little change to the old captain's ship here. I have really enjoyed having you guys. This has been fun. I'm looking forward to finishing these guys up and getting a little Insta Live in the meantime. Between now and Friday, the brushes, the paints, the minis, and get your fucking paint on. I'll see you guys on Friday. Take care of yourselves. Oh, we are rating Just Isis. Oh, she's playing video games. Oh, right. Okay, let's see. Ooh. Ooh. Warhammer? Riser. You guys want to do Riser? Is he painting Warhammer? Is that why? Is he painting his orcs? You guys want to do that? I mean, we rated him recently, but I'm more than happy to rate him if you guys want to do that. Who? Okay, Table Flip's always doing some, Is he doing Warhammer?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to do Table Flip because we did Riser last time, so let's do Table Flip. He just started. He's not there yet. He's on his starting soon screen. We'll go raid him if you guys will hang out so we can get awkward in his channel. Does that sound good? Sounds good to me. And he's painting Warhammer. He's painting a giant knight, Geek said. Knights for knights. Well, that's a good, All right, let's go ahead and head on over. Put lots and lots and, like, just flood his chat so that when he sits down, it's like all... Ooh, that sounds like fun. That sounds like fun. Yeah, exactly. Yes, noob. And let's just flood his chat. Put lots and lots and lots of emotes so when he sits down, he's like, what the fuck happened? And if anybody has any, like, any, right? Yes, Gravity. And if there anybody has stuff, like, put lots of kisses, and if you have any that have weird bananas and stuff, like, just put everything that you can find that's weird in his channel. Well, I haven't been to his channel in a minute. He needs it. Just trust me, he needs it. All right, let's do this. Let's do it. Let's do it. Good night, you guys. Preparing corn spam. Are we going?